Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Okay, good evening. I'm calling together the Select Board meeting for February 9th, 5:30 PM, and this is a joint meeting with the Board of Health.
Calling to order the meeting of the Falmouth Board of Health, joint meeting with the Select Board.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. As you know, the impetus for this meeting was a memo you sent to our board back, and it's in our packet, back a couple of months ago. Oh, geez, I apologize. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
I thought you had to pay me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Sorry about that. So as I was saying, the impetus for this meeting was a memo that our board received from the Board of Health discussing or wanting to discuss the equitable cost distribution of water quality management planning, and in particular, as has come up with respect to denitrifying IA and septic systems, and is there a way to, in their words, have fair distribution of costs in Falmouth's efforts to meet water quality targets. So I'm going to turn it over to the Board of Health, and you've looked at this a lot, and certainly we want to hear what your thoughts are so that we can hopefully put together some thoughts of our own and policy going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the discussions within the Board of Health and with members of the public and with the Water Quality Management Committee, it's become clear that this is quite a complex calculus. There will be quite a few factors involved. And so our thought is that it's worth setting up a committee specifically to address this issue and work through the concepts and develop a consensus plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to the rest of the Board of Health to see what comments they may have. Go ahead, George.
I don't think as the Select Board knows, over the next 10 to 20-ish years, Falmouth is going to be implementing the water quality mitigation projects that the Commonwealth mandated to restore the health of our embayments. The comprehensive set of costs related to all those watershed plans is likely to be more than $1 billion. Across the town, that will include the cost of sewers, waste treatment, an outflow pipe, and the installation, maintenance, and monitoring of 5,000 or 8,000 or more than that denitrifying IA septic systems. Because it's a staggering amount of money, I want to repeat, the town, that is the taxpayers of the town, are going to spend more than $1 billion with a B dollars in the next 20 years. Or maybe it's 25 or 30 or whatever, but it's that kind of number of years. While it's expensive, first of all, we don't have any choice. The state is mandating that we make these improvements. And also, they'll benefit the entire town and all the people who live here. However, as currently apportioned, the cost to individual taxpayers will vary enormously depending on whether they happen to get a sewer that they're required to connect to, or they have to install an IA septic system, or they don't have to do anything. Last December, both the Board of Health and the Water Quality Management committee, as you mentioned, wrote to the select board encouraging you to form a committee to identify fair ways to distribute the cost and, if possible, ease the financial burden. And I just really want to encourage you to do so, and to do so now. And I think there are several reasons why it needs to happen, or should happen soon. First of all, it's going to be a difficult task. There is no out there fair system that everybody's going to agree on. And there never will be, and that's why people kind of been discussing how to pay for capital expenditures as a group since, I'm of Greek ancestry, since at least 3,000 years that I know of. The large variations of the financial burden amongst different property owners, if that is seen as an issue, is likely to reduce support for the entire project, even though if the watershed plans aren't implemented, then everyone will have to do an IA system. Nonetheless, people tend not to vote for anything that's going to cost money. Knowing the financing plans for all of this concurrently with the development of the watershed plans will help the town develop its long-term capital budget. And people knowing that, I think, will help. Also, the Board of Health on a regular basis now is already making decisions that are related to this kind of thing, and how those decisions get made can have a big impact on individual taxpayers and what they have to do or not do at their homes. And lastly, the more property owners that know what group they're going to be in, that is sewer, septic, nothing, the harder it's going to be for people to fairly come to an agreement on a plan. This is a long-term thing that we know about humans. It's not that humans are bad, it's that humans are humans, and financial incentives have conscious and unconscious strong influences on the decisions we make. So it's always a better idea, if you can, say lots of political philosophers, to make decisions about how systems are going to be created of the interactions of people before those people know what role they're going to play. So you don't know if you're going to be a king or a pauper or somewhere in between. So I really hope you'll develop a committee and do it really soon. I think it's extremely important. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think you pretty much said it all. It comes down to equity. Somebody who has to put in a $30,000, $40,000 IA system will get the benefit of the sewer only when they sort of go to an area or restaurant that uses it, and might take the dump there and they'll get a benefit. But when he goes home, right now, as it stands, he's going to hope that thing in his backyard doesn't break down, and the DEP doesn't come and say, or the town have to come and say, well, you're going to have to do something about it. And that person would rightly feel, I'm sort of getting doubled here. I'm paying in part for the sewer, and now I have something in my backyard. Now, some of the costs are a little bit unknown because we don't know if a town chooses to use IA systems, which Falmouth undoubtedly will have to do, quite a few. We heard a number there. I usually say it's at least north of 3,000. We don't know what the monitoring scheme will be like. And that's going to be a cost, how we'll do that. So I think the suggestion to the board, the request to the board, is to form a committee of people who know what they're doing with the finance piece of it. We don't. The health piece of it, we sort of do. And trying to figure out how we equitably spread the cost of nitrogen mitigation
across the watershed equally, or at least in some sort of parity with somebody who's hooked up to the sewer. That's all.
And then another piece of this is the fact that this is a mandate from the state, and while there are certain types of funding already available from the state, it's clearly insufficient, and there should be, I think, from the town, a conversation with our state representation and to attempt to address some of these essentially unfunded mandates.
Anyone else?
The only thing I would add is I think George, his thoughts were really carefully constructed and valuable. It is going to be a very inequitable way. If we leave it to everyone has to take care of their own backyard, it'll be fairly inequitable. It's easy to believe that some of the largest houses that face the water will carry big burdens. That's not the way it will work out. And I think the leadership, at the point this starts to really impact people, the impacts will be significant, very significant for some people who may have to make very hard choices about, can I stay here in Falmouth? Can I stay on the Cape? And I think we as leadership want to know that we did everything that we could to make this as fair as possible.
So just so I understand, when you're talking about this, I assume you're talking about some kind of monetary relief to individual property owners based on some consideration? I mean, is that essentially what we're talking about at the end of the day?
Well, not so, yes, relief, but we have to remember that the relief's got to come from someplace. So this is going to be, so what we're suggesting is that the cost, or at least I'm suggesting, but I think we all agree, for the whole thing, the outflow pipe, the new sewers, be more distributed across everyone in town. So whether you get sewer, you do nothing, or you have an IA system, the costs are not going to be equal because it's too complicated to even try to do, but at least fairly distributed. Now, what fair is hard to say. So there's going to be all kinds of considerations. A lot of things will depend on your lot. They run into a rock, or all kinds of things, whether you're doing a septic system or connecting the sewer. So we couldn't possibly make it equal for everybody, but at least make some attempt to distribute it more fairly. And so yes, it's relief, but it's relief that's coming from us cumulatively. So it's everybody having similar skin in the game.
Anyone on the select board have any thoughts? Mr. Brown?
So I've attended a lot of the Water Quality Management Committee meetings, and there was some talk during those meetings that maybe the town should take a more of a leadership role in perhaps identifying the best available IA technology, innovative alternative septics, and maybe purchase those units and deliver them to the owners. Then another idea would be to have a program like MassTech is considering developing, having a monitoring program so that takes the burden off the owner, and it makes it more efficiently and effectively managed. So I personally would like to support both of those. Another way that you could tackle it would be to just turn to the 70-30 split that we do with sewer properties. That's been our standard. We have to decide each time what the equitable amount is, but it seems like each time we do decide that it's the 70-30 split. And we could do that also and leave the owners to choose their own technologies. So that's another way we could go. So those are my first thoughts.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Richardson?
The only thing I'll add is I agree with Mr. Goldstone that I do think the state needs to be more bought into this. this is a climate initiative ultimately coming Beacon Hill, which is totally justified, and we absolutely do need to improve our waterways in transition, but this is very expensive, and as a lot of towns across the Commonwealth are facing tight fiscal budgets, and upcoming revenues are not unlimited in their growth, so I think we should go to our state partners on this one.
Yeah, well, I certainly agree that we probably should have a discussion with our state delegation, and I'm going to ask Mr. Renshaw to maybe put that on his list of things to try and set up for us. You know, as these big issues keep cropping up, I'm going to ask, Mr. Johnson-Staub, do we know what other towns may be doing, or any other towns have we heard that are looking into this, equitable fairness issue that the Board of Health is raising, and how they might be dealing with it or thinking about it at this point?
Yeah, I won't say that I have comprehensive information on what other communities are doing. I have been at some of the Clean Water, Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund meetings where occasionally the other towns give an overview of what they're doing. We haven't really focused too much on the financial end. It has been more, what are the projects that they're doing, what is the timing, and how does that impact the Cape Fund? What I can say anecdotally is that there's definitely a mix, and we should probably look to some of the bigger towns like Barnstable that has a challenge of our magnitude. Some of the Cape towns, Brewster is going to have maybe some IAs, and that the magnitude of their projects are so much smaller, it's not all that helpful.
This would certainly seem to be an issue that would benefit from some kind of regional approach to the problem, at least with respect to the towns on the Upper Cape, as a first thought, to maybe put something together and with them and start that discussion with them as well. But certainly we hear your thoughts, your concerns. We appreciate you bringing it to us. How do the members of the board feel about setting up some kind of advisory committee? Mr. Reed?
I would be in favor of setting it up. Maybe it's not a committee, maybe it's a working group so that it has a short time frame. It's project-based. I guess I have a question for the Health Commission before we move on. Of the three options that Mr. Brown outlined, did you have any thoughts heading into this beyond just the overwhelming cost concern? Did you have anything not written in the paper or in the letter that you would suggest us considering?
I think from my perspective, we've bandied around a few ideas, but I think we really need, particularly people with a financial background, as George Oyfelder noted, to tackle the problem more in depth than we've been able to so far. But I do, right now, I like Mr. Brown's third comment there. Essentially, a 70-30 split, treating the IA systems collectively as another wastewater treatment plant that's distributed, so that there's less of a difference between those sewered and those not sewered.
Thank you for that. And aside from the financial background, what other considerations for the membership of this group that we ought to be considering? I'm guessing someone with state level knowledge of town financial. Who else?
Certainly nitrogen management.
Okay.
I think the Water Quality Committee, somebody from the town in finance, one of you probably. I think one of us regards the state, as we say in critical care medicine and scuba diving, I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for them. And I think if you wait for the state to act before the town acts, we'll be way too far down the road on this.
Mr. Chair?
Understood. Yeah, Mr. Richardson,
The only reason,
representative of the state here.
yeah. The only reason I do think it is a good time for it. And you are right, we cannot wait. Beacon Hill is very slow working there. The government is planning to take up an environmental bond bill this session in the coming months. And I think that this is something that they announced a lot of grants the other day. Falmouth, actually, we were on the lower end, which surprised me. But this is something they're paying attention to. As you mentioned, this is a mandate from them. And I think that there will be opportunities if we get in early enough to hopefully see some funding to this. Because this is a very similar issue for Mashpee, for Barnstable. And I would hope that the governor and her team would be focusing on this.
Okay, thank you. One more, and then I want to move on to these other items that you've asked.
Just to be clear, I don't mean we shouldn't go to the
Right.
state, just that we shouldn't wait.
Yeah, don't hold our breath, as you said. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, one last question for town management. Is this a starter or a non-starter question from the perspective of town management?
With regards to establishing this committee and having the discussion and
That one, and then the financial concerns. Are we able to, I guess if we do the 70-30 split, that money comes from the state, yeah?
No. So yes, so on the financial side, yes, I'm not going to say it's a non-starter, but it's a concern. The money has to come from somewhere, and I don't suspect immediately it's going to come from the state and the amount that's going to be impactful. So that very much needs to be part of the discussion.
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Brown.
I just would like to throw in one comment that I'm not sure I would agree on the working group format, because it's going to be a very big issue and it's impactful financially. I think we need to have a standing committee that takes minutes and public posted meetings, so
Okay,
that would be my take.
We'll have to, have some discussions about the best way to set it up and reasons for or against one way or the other. So you've asked us, I think, to discuss short-term rental regulation bylaw, or that's something you wanted to discuss. Is that true? Because in all honesty, been pretty silent with respect to the short-term rental law up to this point. As you know, the committee has been very active. We appreciate Mr. McGann's involvement with the short-term rental committee, advisory committee, and Mr. Brown's chairmanship of it. But you did mention it, so I thought we would chat a little bit about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, George.
In short, when we were asked to appoint a representative from the Board of Health, I'll speak. I was for a motion not to do that, simply until the Board of Selectmen would commit to, in that whole plan, introduce the concept of a housing inspector at the same time, because we used to have a housing inspector, and to just take money from short-term rentals, just to say we're going to charge you $300, there's always a little implied warranty when you have a permit that you've done something for it. You've inspected the property according to Chapter 2 of the State Sanitary Code, you found it acceptable, and you've sort of passed it. I just wanted to throw it to the Board of Selectmen that it's the bane of every Board of Health, the housing problems we have when there are complaints. They tie up our inspector, they tie up a lot of hours doing inspections, and even a rip screen in the middle of August can mean you're going to write something, give the person an order to correct it. So I believe that in order to do it properly, the board would have to commit, and you could do that and incorporate it in your fee, but have an inspection before you sort of bless it or give it a permit. And without that, it's really meaningless. It's just collecting a fee for, you have a short-term rental, give us $300. But without an inspection, I think the town opens it up to liability, because if something happens at that point, the property wasn't inspected, wasn't even looked at, then we'll be in the morass of hearings about whose responsibility it was. And I think the health agent probably gave you some testimony on how much time this board has taken up in housing complaints. So it was just sort of a notice that in doing anything with short-term rentals, to think about how you're going to operate it, whether it's going to be an inspectional service also, so that the people who are actually renting can know, okay, the Board of Health's been in here, it's at least approved, without just paying a fee.
Mr. Brown?
Well, we do anticipate there'll be some type of inspection, whether it's self-inspection or fire department inspection, just a general safety overall overview. Hasn't really been determined yet how the program would be implemented. Right now, we're just coming up with the bylaw to establish the parameters of what we're trying to do. It's create a safe space for renters and create an environment where neighbors are less impacted by the way that things are managed, because sometimes they're really run well and others not so well. So we want to have a kind of a even the playing field on how they're all managed. I agree with you, though. It can be a time consuming, and Mr. McGann has made that clear that we're creating a lot of work when we create this program.
And I agree with you, a sign off on a permit does have some implicit understanding or acknowledgement that, the housing is ready to go for short-term rental. Well, do we have the staff to do those types of inspections, Mr. McGann?
Right now, as the bylaw is written, it's much more of a registration. Handling registration is something you do on the computer with some documents that's sent to you and a fee and so forth. Actually having an inspector do whatever number of rental units we have on a rotating basis, no, we don't have. We have a health inspector who does interdisciplinary, so does food and general complaints. We don't have a dedicated person. Housing, when there's a tenant-landlord dispute, it takes an umpteen amount of time. These would probably might be quicker ones, but still would take time. Smoke detectors, egress, lock screens, and things of that nature. So yeah, there would have to be at least one, perhaps more, dedicated just to do inspections of each of the unit. The bylaw does say every other year, so that would obviously cut down the amount of time. You would assume that you would inspect every other year as well. But yeah, that would be definitely a staff need. Registration's a much simpler process. But like what the board had said, you're not really doing the sort of the public health end by making sure that the units are inspected prior to giving a permit.
Anyway, Mr. Brown?
Just expand on it. There is language that says that the owner is certifying that it's safe and habitable and meets the housing code. So it puts a little more responsibility on the property owner.
So we will be discussing later this evening the short-term rental bylaw, which is one of the articles on the warrant. I will mention to the board that I'm sure you're familiar with the bylaw, that I myself have raised questions about your board's ability to issue rules and regulations under that bylaw. I have asked that we consider amending that provision so that any such rules and regulations that you might adopt, written policies, rules, or regulations, would be subject to the approval of the select board. I feel that is an important responsibility that the board, as an elected board, has to the people in the town of Falmouth. So I just wanted you to know at least where I'm coming from with respect to that provision as far as implementing the bylaw and its requirements. That's your jurisdiction per state law. So just wanted to get that out there. Okay, so the next item was to discuss allocation of resources from the embarkation fund to address concerns regarding public health and environmental concerns in Woods Hole. You want to chat a little bit about that? Tell us what you're thinking there?
Sure. We've had the SMART task force of citizens concerned with air pollution and other disturbance from the traffic associated with the ferries and with the ferries themselves. And in general, I think the board concurs that there is a health issue with the substantial amount of traffic. Most of the traffic required to sustain a population of in the range of 100,000 visitors to Martha's Vineyard on a given day in the summertime has to pass through Falmouth. So it's really substantial. And there was a report commissioned by the state several years ago called the CAS report that suggested that we should expect in the range of about a 2% per year increase in that traffic. So assuming that's meant as a compounding increase, in the next 15 years, that would be about a 34% increase from where we are right now. So this is a big problem that Falmouth's going to have to deal with in one way or another, but it's obviously super challenging. Some of the solutions that have been suggested are to have a freight ferry that runs out of New Bedford that may have its own equity issues. I'm not sure what the pathway of that freight through New Bedford would be, but it would reduce overall miles driven probably because a lot of that traffic does come from the south, so it wouldn't have to come all the way up over the bridge and down into Falmouth. So this is a big issue. We looked at some of the low-hanging fruit that we might be able to address, and we wrote a letter to the police chief asking if they would have an officer down at the ferry terminal to enforce particularly the idling law. And I believe that's happening now. I haven't heard an update recently, so that's a very good step. Because
I think we had pretty good success last summer with respect to the police presence down there. Mr. Renshaw?
And as part of this upcoming FY27 budget, we're actually proposing to add some additional funds he ran a little short, but it was highly successful.
That's
operation.
great.
And they did more than just, I mean, that was an important piece, but it was more than just the monitoring of the idling.
Yeah. So in terms of low-hanging fruit, there's not a whole lot else unless we'd definitely be interested if the select board has any ideas on what to do about the issue.
Mr. Johnson-Staub, with respect to the embarkation fund, can you talk a little bit about that, or the amount that we have and how we go about accessing those funds, or possibly accessing those funds?
Sure. I believe we're bringing in the neighborhood of $400,000 to $500,000 per year, and much of that has historically been allocated toward public safety, primarily public safety, recognizing that a portion of the public safety work is associated with Woods Hole and the Falmouth Harbor area. There is an opportunity, if depending on where revenues go, if they stay where they are or they grow, there might be another $50,000 to $100,000 per year that could be allocated. So that's your potential spending opportunity.
I'd be interested in hearing, in the future from you with respect to some concrete ideas, that would touch upon the environmental and hazardous situations down there from your perspective as to maybe what we could spend some money, on trying to rectify those problems.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Richardson.
I just have two thoughts on this. I think the board should send a letter to the New Bedford delegation, including perhaps their city council and mayor. I think this is something, and Doug, I know you've worked closely on this with a number of different groups. I think it's something we need to be more collaborative on with our partners on the South Coast, because I think it would be mutually beneficial to get freight out of Woods Hole, but to also get it into New Bedford. I think there'd be a lot of economic opportunity there. That was the first point, and I forget the second. So that's all I got.
Well,
no, I remember.
What?
Do we have an update on meeting with Mr. Kreiska, the new director of the steamship?
I'm actually meeting with Alex this Thursday.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, certainly let's not forget that it's the steamship authority that's been blocking the New Bedford freight for years, so
Yeah,
it's not
that's
something that's
right.
in our control, but I agree with you, certainly trying to, to reach out to whomever we can to get that on the table again is an important thing for the people in Woods Hole and the town of Falmouth completely. So now, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
I was just going to say, I know that the overall traffic is up probably 2%, but if you look at the freight, which is the heavier polluters, it's more like 6 or 7%, and that's continuously increasing for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is they're no longer, Mr. Pecker used to barge fuel over there in big barges, and he'd pump it into a big holding tank, and then he's discontinued that because it was time to rebuild the tank, and he said, I've got better things to do than rebuild this whole infrastructure. So now the fuel is being trucked. That's a big change. A lot of their waste sludge is being trucked off in trucks also. So there's a lot of reasons why the volume is increasing and the freight, and those trucks are less restricted to the standards that vehicles are restricted to. He's got another.
Yes, Dr. Goldstone.
So one of the significant health considerations that we have been questioned with and we have talked to the DEP about is actually air pollution directly coming from not only the truck traffic, which we've have started to address through the enforcement of the idling laws, but A, just the traffic, and B, the fact that the ferries themselves may in fact be close to violating pollution standards. The southeastern Massachusetts is part of an air pollution zone. It's challenging to actually determine whether or not any particular vehicle, including a ferry, is actually violating pollution standards because they require expert assessment on a somewhat regular basis that is not inexpensive. It actually is literally trained eyeballs in some cases. And so it might be that the town investing some resources in that, in doing more than just the inexpensive air pollution monitoring, but an actual professional assessment. I believe it's called a Mark IV eyeball, to assess the potential for pollution directly coming from the steamship authority, not just from the trucks. Sort of an additional thing to think about in terms of truck traffic is the fact that with the upcoming reconstruction of the Sagamore Bridge, the traffic on the Bourne Bridge is going to be increased by some staggering amount, and the truckers themselves may wish to have relief in order to be able to make their ferries. So I think thinking ahead more than just a few years would probably benefit all of us, including the steamship.
Yes, Doctor.
I think this is an area where talking to the state, even if it takes a long, long time, is the way to go, because as I understand it, as you mentioned, most of the issues are tied up in the recalcitrance of the steamship authority to do anything. So they just bought new ferries and new engines for some of their ferries, and they're not nearly the cleanest diesels that you can buy. But they seem to completely ignore, as I'm a washershore, I believe is the expression, anything that gets said to the steamship authority is like talking to the wall. And I don't know who at the state regulates them, but that would seem to be something worth discussing.
Well, in the summer we did have Mr. Davis here and his staff, and we were able to at least speak to them and get some discussion going, and we're hoping that that we'll be able to continue that collaboration with the Mr. Kriska. So I'm sure Mike will pursue those ideas when he has his meeting. So I guess the final item, and we've got about another 5 or 7 minutes here, is the flow neutral law, and I know you wanted to discuss that as well. We did have a recent variance request at either the last meeting or the meeting before from the property there on Dillingham that wants to increase the affordable housing units there and housing units and the dental office there right across from FCTV. So that's the only application that I remember within the past couple of years, but we expect some may be coming up soon. I know that La Cucina had submitted an application, but they hadn't submitted all the necessary paperwork. So what are you thinking on improvements to the process, how we should be looking at these waiver requests from your perspective?
Mr. Chair, if I could, before we move on, I don't think we really came to any kind of consensus on the previous request. Is there going to be any action by the board tonight on that? Are we going to recommend some type of monitoring program or looking into it at least?
I think we'll look into it. I don't think
I know we're not ready to recommend something, but should we have a consensus that?
I'd like to request that we write a letter to interested parties on this. As a future agenda item request, if that helps move it along.
Yeah, I would just like to, say that I think we should do something about it. I know there was an attempt to do some monitoring, but locations were difficult to find. Mm-hmm. And I would say that a more appropriate location would be actually on Steamship Authority property. Mm-hmm. So see if we can hopefully move that somehow.
Okay. Mike, maybe you can bring that up to Mr. Kriska. Yep, okay.
Thank you.
No, I didn't mention because I think there is consensus that we want to get that type of, program from the Steamship Authority. So, okay, thank you. Okay.
Right. I'll let George Heufelder speak more on the flow neutral bylaw.
Okay, I hate to be the rabble-rouser on 2 items on the thing, but flow neutral has always been a mystery to me. Flow neutral, the words imply a certain thing. And I've abstained from some votes that we've sent up to you because apparently the Board of Health has to make a judgment on whether a system could be placed at the properties requesting and could fit a Title V without significant variances. In the past years that I've been on the board, we've seen some come up where we've said absolutely not, could never fit that 2,300 gallons for that particular expansion that's being requested. It goes up to the board and we see it passed. And I go, that doesn't mean flow neutral to me, that means flow positive. So I guess I'd like to ask what the intent of the bylaw is. I saw this operate very effectively in Provincetown where they said flow neutral, because I would have to say, you can fit it, or you can't fit it under Title V. If you couldn't fit it under Title V in that particular flow neutral, you weren't allowed to go forward. I think that the town is going to spend a lot of money per gallon, and houses are going to have to be hooked up. But the more we give away that's discretionary, that isn't neutral anymore, then that's less houses that get done, or the same number of houses get done, but somebody else pays for the flow that was sort of given away. I'm just a little confused on what flow neutral means, so that's why we brought it up as a thing. I think I would just ask the board, if it comes to the Board of Health, which it's supposed to for the flow neutral bylaw, merely for a thing, a rendering of whether it could fit a Title V system, I would ask the board to very, very carefully not give away flow if it couldn't be there to begin with under Title V. Now that's using it as a growth limiter, but then again, I keep coming back to those words. What does flow neutral mean?
Would you have anything to say, Ms. Lowell?
Hello, hello. Hi. Whoa. Amy Lowell, the town's wastewater superintendent. The flow neutral bylaw, I think we could have a whole nother discussion about the flow neutral bylaw, and I'd actually welcome that another evening. There's not enough time to have a complete discussion tonight. The goal, the state requires the town to have a flow neutral bylaw in order to get 0% interest SRF loans. And I can't speak for the state, but a part of the reasoning, I believe, is that the town needs to have some control over flow so that its wastewater treatment and discharge capacity is not overwhelmed by growth within a planning area. So a major part of the intent is to give the town more control over redevelopment so we don't lose control of our capacity, treatment and discharge capacity. I know initially there was discussion before the flow neutral bylaw was passed, so many years ago, there was discussion about the idea that a flow neutral bylaw would, a goal might be to make it so that a sewer doesn't allow more wastewater flow than would be allowed by the current Title V regulations. So a property that's limited in its redevelopment right now because of septic regulations, once it gets sewered, should still have, depending on how you feel about it, some level of regulation. So I think the origin of our flow neutral bylaw, the basics of it is required by the state for a 0% interest loan, and the state wants the town to be managing wastewater growth. Wastewater growth. When the town passed the flow neutral bylaw, I believe that the town was focused on the new sewer service areas that were under discussion at the time, the Little Pond Sewer Service Area, and the majority of those parcels are single-family homes, and that's really what a lot of the discussion had been about. But this flow neutral bylaw applies to all existing and future sewer areas. So before the flow neutral bylaw existed, there was no such control or regulation of redevelopment on Main Street, for example. And that has been one of the challenges of the flow neutral bylaw, I think, is that it's on the one hand, sort of a lot of the thinking about it was related to redevelopment within a new sewer area. But the bylaw as written applies even to Main Street, Davis Straits, T-Ticket Highway, where many of those parcels couldn't have originally put a Title V septic system on the parcel to meet their needs, and certainly can't now. So I'll hush up for now, but that's an introduction to some of my thoughts on it. It could use improvement, and I have been wanting to make suggestions on that.
Okay, well, we'll certainly add it to future agenda items for the select board to, take a review of the flow neutral bylaws. So thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you very much for all you do for the town and your service to the town. So,
Are we not going to have any discussion
on
the flow neutral bylaw?
Well, I don't want to go too far along since we've got a long agenda and we've got to start our meeting at 6:30. But if you have something to say, please.
Well, just I definitely think we should update it because if you look at Main Street, there's a lot of space that I would think could be potential for redevelopment for apartments and housing. But if they come to us, they're never going to be able to show that they can fit this Title V. So I think we're missing out on some opportunities, especially along Main Street. And at some point, I think in those sewered areas, we're going to have to face that the flow neutral bylaw doesn't really work. And, I mean, it's holding us up right now, I think, so
Yeah.
sooner the better.
No, I agree, and that's why I think we need to put it on the agenda for future agenda items. So, yes,
Mr. Chair.
Chair Kroger.
Can I take a roll call vote to pause our meeting? Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I have a motion to pause our?
Motion to pause our meeting while we move to a different room.
We have a second. Okay, Mr. Goldstone?
Aye.
Yeah, we'll be reconvening in the Woodneck Meeting Room here in the center. Mr. Topulus?
Aye.
Ms. Roth? Mr. Hoyfelder and Mr. Kroger, aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, we'll just take a minute fixing things up here, and we'll start our meeting at 6:30. Okay, it is now 6:32, and we are going to reconvene. We have already called this meeting to order and had the Pledge of Allegiance. So the first item is there any recognition on any of the members' parts? No? Okay. Are there any announcements? No? Okay. I will say at the beginning of the meeting, well, let me remind everyone to silence your cell phones, and please notify the chair if you are making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. We have a very lengthy agenda again this evening, and I'm going to try to, as much as possible, stay within the time allotted for each matter. So please try it. If you are speaking, try to make your comments quick and not repetitive. So we will move on to public comment. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Johnson-Stott has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let folks know that we are holding a community forum on the proposed police station site plan, and that is scheduled for February 25th. That will be held here at 7 p.m. on February 25th. So we've invited the abutters, but all of the members of the public are welcome to take a look at the proposed site plan and provide your input.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we will move on to public comment. Public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself, and since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in discussion of the topic. Is there anyone here for public comment? Yes, sir? Please come to the podium, introduce yourself. It seems like it is, yeah.
Is it on? Hi, good evening. My name's Ed Hughes, resident of West Falmouth and member of Precinct 6, and I've been asked to perform a neighborly service of reading comments of a civic leader in West Falmouth who is unable to attend this evening. So on her behalf, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tammy Gilbert, and I live in West Falmouth. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of residents who have spent many months working to correct misinformation and to protect the land of 0 West Falmouth Highway from development. Last week, State Representative Thomas Moakley forwarded to me a memorandum for Town Council regarding this parcel. I want to place on public record that a detailed written response has been submitted to the Town Manager, Town Council, and the Select Board. That response explains why we strongly disagree with the assertion that this land may be freely conveyed and documents why it is Article 97 protected. 3 consistent concerns have been continually raised: public safety, conservation status, and historic significance. A Massachusetts Department of Transportation road safety audit identified this exact location as hazardous. Development would worsen conditions already known to be dangerous. This land was acquired by town meeting in 1931 for conservation and forestation, has been treated as town forest for more than 90 years, and meets the Article 97 totality of circumstances test. The parcel also marks the southern entrance to the West Falmouth Historic District and provides a critical buffer between a historic village and a high-speed state highway. Many town meeting members have stated publicly that they would have voted differently had these facts been fully understood, and did so when a clear majority reversed their votes in last November's town meeting. Proceeding without pausing to correct the record and recognize the will of the town meeting is deeply concerning. For transparency, historic records related to this land, as well as Town Council's memorandum and our formal response, have been provided to the Massachusetts Attorney General's office for review. We respectfully ask the Select Board and Town Manager to pause any steps toward development and reconsider the town's position. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll consider that part of the record, but I would note that there were some differences from what you read and to what has been submitted to the board before. So if you want to give us a copy of those comments or get a copy to the town manager's office tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else here for public comment? If not, we'll proceed to the consent agenda. Under licenses, number 1, consider a vote to approve the application by Historic Highfield, Inc. for a series of 3 special one-day wine and malt beverages licenses on February 22nd, March 15th, and April 26th, 2026, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Number 2, consider a vote to approve an application for a special one-day all-alcohol liquor license, ACICS, Falmouth Road Race, Inc., Falmouth Road Race, VIP Finish Line Viewing Tent, Falmouth Heights, Sunday, August 16th, 2026, from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Number 3, consider a vote to approve an application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Gray Matter Marketing, Cape Cod Brew Fest, Cape Cod Fairgrounds, 1220 Nathan Ellis Highway, Saturday, September 19th, 2026, from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Administrative orders. Number 1, consider a vote to approve the petition of NStar Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, for permission to install 1 new FO pole labeled 1269/1 with an anchor approximately 32 feet from existing pole 9125/7. This work is necessary to provide electric service to Brickhill Road for the Falmouth Wastewater Department. Number 2, consider the approval of a grant of easement to NStar Electric Company, Eversource Energy, at 100 Brickhill Road. Number 3, consider the approval of a grant of easement to Boston Gas Company, National Grid, at 100 Brickhill Road. Number 4, consider a vote to opt in to early voting in person for the May 19th annual town election. And number 5, consider a vote to approve a request from the Falmouth Running Club for a variance to sign code section 184-32, off-premises signs to hang Cape Cod Marathon flags on light poles on Main Street from 9/11/26 to 10/13/26.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hold number 5 just for a brief comment.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will, is there a motion with respect to the other items that have not been held?
Move approval for consent agenda withholding number 5.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Brown is requested to hold. Consider a vote to approve a request from Falmouth Road Running Club for a variance to sign code with respect to Cape Cod Marathon flags. Mr. Brown?
I'd just like to request that the flags be designed in a way that they can be mounted 7 feet or higher above, walking distance, because I've seen in the last few years, there's been a couple of times when people have made signs that I think are too big, and they hang too low, and they're even below 6 feet. So then people have to dodge them and duck around them, and I think that's...
Does our policy discuss the dimensions for because we recently adopted, some guidelines in the policy back last summer, so...
Yes, Mr. Chair, under the policy which is included in the board packet, under Section 9, installation and removal, Section 9C, banners shall be installed at a minimum height of 7 feet from the sidewalk to the bottom of the banner.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so...
With that, I'll move approval of number 5. Consider a vote to approve the request from Falmouth Running Club for a variance to sign code 18-32 off-premise signs to hang Cape Cod Marathon flags on light poles on Main Street from 9/11/26 to 10/13/26.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to committee interviews. And this interview is a little different from what most of our interviews are, so I'm going to invite the members of the Falmouth Housing Authority Board of Commissioners who are here and the Executive Director of the Housing Authority to join us here at the dais. This is an application to appoint, go ahead, well, Steve, a very long vacant position, and we certainly appreciate the patience of the interviewee in getting us to hear this this evening. So there is a vacancy on the Falmouth Housing Authority. That vacancy was occasioned by Mr. Richardson's election to the Select Board back last May, and as a result, there has been a vacancy, and Hannah Vander Schuren is here this evening to tell us a little bit about herself and why she wants to be on the Falmouth Housing Authority. This does not require an actual formal meeting because under the state statute, the Falmouth Housing Authority did not actually formally notify us of the vacancy, which allows us to proceed without the formality of a joint meeting necessarily with the Housing Authority. And there, as you can see, there's probably not a quorum here, but in any event, we want to welcome Mr. Glasso and Mr. Patton and Ms. Richards, and ask you to talk a little bit about Ms. Vander Schuren and what you see the needs for the Falmouth Housing Authority.
Thank you. I think in her presentation she'll be able to describe that. She's already very active in housing, and she's young. So two major attributes, and we really would like to fill this vacancy. Our board can't always vote on some items. Some members can't vote on financial items, and we need to move these things forward. And we welcome her, but I'm sure you will after you hear from her herself. So,
and just so we understand the current makeup of the board, is there are four active members?
Yes, Kathleen Haynes. I'm sorry. Kathleen Haynes is a resident member, and Trish Favuli was the board's, or the state's appointment to the board.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for having me tonight and also having members of the Board of Commissioners present. I'm really eager to participate in the Falmouth Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, and through discussions I understand how urgent some of these matters are to deal with, and I'm just willing to learn and lend my perspective to the Housing Authority.
So is this a position that's set forth in statute as to what the qualifications are with respect to this particular position?
It does not.
Okay.
It's
an appointment by the select board.
Right, right.
Well, if not elected by the voters.
If not elected by the voters.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Vander Schuren?
I don't have any questions, but I have worked with Hannah with the Marine Biological Laboratory Housing Action Committee. Together with the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and others, we joined forces just a short time ago, and I can attest to her professionalism. I can attest to her interest and her passion for this work, so I therefore move to, let me get the wording here. Bear with me, should have had it up. So motion to appoint Hannah Vander Schuren to the Falmouth Housing Authority Board of Commissioners to fill an unexpired term until the next annual town election on May 19th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck, and thank you for the other work that you've done for the town of Falmouth.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Okay, busy night. Okay, our next item is for the Conservation Commission, and we have Mr. Ronald Bowman. And Mr. Bowman, are you here?
I am.
Okay, please step up.
Good evening.
Good evening. You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm already an alternate member, and they need a full-time member, so I've already been through this process, so I think it's kind of semantics, but...
All right. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Bowman?
I guess you're liking being on the
I'm
commission?
getting used to it, getting my feet wet, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a learning curve, but I think it's a good group of people there, and I think we'll make it a good impact.
Yeah. I understand there's some sort of training that you do to be a commissioner, is that?
There's some training, yeah. It's
Yeah.
kind of, you learn as you go, too. You learn, and, for the first few months, I kind of just listened and paid attention to what was going on, so... But the longer you're in, the more you start to learn things.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to have you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions?
Motion to appoint, thank you, Colin. Motion to appoint applicant Ronald Bowman to fill a full member vacancy on the Conservation Commission, unexpired term ending June 30, 2027.
Okay, we have
I'll
a
second that.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay.
Okay. So also for the Conservation Commission, Mr. Dan Walsh. There's Mr. Walsh.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you.
So, just a little bit of background.
Sure.
So, since retiring here, 2023, being here full-time, I've done a lot of work with both the 300 committee as well as with the towns. Sorry about that. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. All
fine.
right.
Much better.
So with the Conservation Commission staff and with the 300 committee, and trying to maintain the trails around the various lands around here, as well as removing, of course, invasives and trying to do improvements on a bunch of the properties. So to me, the Conservation Commission was kind of just a logical next step in terms of trying to help maintain the character of the conservation lands around here.
As I'm sure you know, there's a big time commitment with respect to the Conservation Commission, so
Oh, yeah.
you're prepared to put
Yeah.
in that time, I'm sure?
Absolutely. I've been sitting through the meetings for the last couple of months, and it's very interesting, the issues that they have to deal with. So it's definitely challenging.
Yeah, it's a
And
very
you're-
important part of
Yeah,
the town.
absolutely.
And I see from
Yeah.
your resume that you have experience as a person who lives in a conservation area as well, so
That's true.
both sides of it, right?
I butt Green Pond over there, so I've been through the process myself a couple of times with the
Great.
Conservation Commission as well as
Oh,
the dock
That's
process.
important that you've been
Yep.
through the process. I
Yeah.
think it lends something to, those discussions with the applicants. Okay, anyone ready to make a motion? Mr. Brown?
I would love to make a motion to appoint Dan Walsh to the Conservation Commission for, we got a couple of choices here. One full member position with a term ending 6/30/28. Would you like that?
I think that's what
I think we
Jennifer
just
wanted.
gave-
Yes, that'd be fine.
I think we
Yes,
just gave the other one to
absolutely.
Mr. Bowman.
Yep.
So that's my motion, if you'll be willing to serve that long.
Yep, absolutely.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, to the Energy Committee, we have Olwen Huxley. Mr. Huxley? Miss Huxley. Sorry.
Oh, I think you just turned it off.
Yeah, it's off. It's on
On the top.
the top of it.
There you go.
No, it's not the end, it's the top. There you go, yep.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can
Yes.
hear you. Yes. Okay, well, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on the Energy Committee.
Well, a little bit of background. I used to be a summer person, but I've moved here as quickly as I could, which was during COVID. Before that, I was in Washington, D.C., where I was the energy manager for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and law enforcement being very close to my heart. But yes, my dad was a scientist, and we came to Woods Hole every summer. My parents built a house there in 1971. I just put solar on the roof. It's awesome. But during COVID, I was spending a lot more time up here, and I realized that was a good time to probably make the switch. Yes, so I changed jobs to become an energy consultant and relocated up here in approximately 22, and Stephanie Madsen, who was my friend when she was at Hui, was then abjuring me to please join the Energy Committee, and I kind of put it off for a few years, but I've been to several of the meetings, and things have worked out that I have a little bit more time to attend the meetings and really apply myself, so here I am.
Well, thank you. There's been a lot of activity and interest in the Energy Committee.
It's great.
And we appreciate your stepping up. There have been a couple of other appointments within the past few months, so it's good to get the Energy Committee fully formed.
Yeah, we'll have a full house now.
And,
yep.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion?
No, I think certainly your resume speaks for itself, and I think you'll be a great addition to this committee.
It's going to be fun.
Yes.
Oh, good for you. Thank you. Need a little fun around here. Okay.
Motion to appoint Olin Huxley to the Energy Committee to fill an unexpired term that ends June 30, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Reed seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a public hearing. It is past 6:45, so we are on time. And I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to read the public notice with respect to the wetland dock hearing with respect to property at 202 Edgewater Drive East.
Okay, as soon as I get through all this appointment policy language, I will do that. Gee, that's a long thing to scroll through. Okay. Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under section 240-14.8 wetlands regulations of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, February 9th, 2026 at 6:45 p.m. in the Old Silver Surf Drive Program Room, Senior Center, 780 Main Street, Falmouth, on the application of Michael and Marnie Farrell for permission to construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 61 feet seaward of mean high water into Eel Pond, located at 202 Edgewater Drive East, East Falmouth, Mass. Area affected is Eel Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the office of the Select Board per order of the Select Board. And I don't see the date of publication there. Oh, date of publication is Friday, January 23rd and Friday, January 30th, 2026 in the Falmouth Enterprise.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. The applicant is here. Mr. Porcelli, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Mike Porcelli, Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant, Michael and Marnie Farrell. Marnie Farrell is here this evening in the audience. The Farrells own the property at 202 Edgewater Drive East. It has water frontage on Eel Pond, and they expressed a desire to have a private recreational dock at their property, so they retained our services to go through the design and permitting process. We performed a survey on the land, and we were able to determine that there was adequate water depth. We first went to the Conservation Commission and went through their hearing process, which is a rather rigorous process. And early on in that process, as is our typical procedure, we met with the harbor master on site and reviewed the property to make sure there would be no issues with navigation. So the Conservation Commission had a series of public hearings, and they approved it and issued an order of conditions. The dock itself is proposed as a 4-foot wide fixed pier. It's pile supported with 10-inch diameter timber pilings. They're spaced approximately 16 to 17 feet on center. And the idea is that a boat would tie to the southern side alongside. There's no ramp or float associated with this. It has a minimum of 3 feet of water at the end of the dock at time of mean low water. A shellfish survey was performed and was determined that the density threshold was not exceeded. I include with the plan on the second sheet a profile view. The topography on the site is such that the land where the house is much higher than at the shoreline. There's an existing stone seawall along the frontage. So the dock will start at the top of that seawall and transition down with the 2 different levels till it gets to a height that lends itself to getting in and out of boats at times of high and low tide. There's a band of salt marsh along the shoreline. We're required to provide a minimum separation above that salt marsh of 6 feet. We're also required to provide public access under the dock in one section, and this one section provides that clearance for public access. There's a typical cross-section. I've submitted on previous applications to this board, and this is very similar to previous applications. The overall dock length from mean high water is 61 feet. A question that is commonly comes up at these hearings, and I was asked to comment on it tonight, was what is the overall percentage of crossing across the water body itself? Where this property fronts on Eel Pond, it's directly across from the peninsula known as Sea Pit. And so the body of water known as Eel Pond has a width of approximately 350 feet at that point. And the proposed dock is crossing just over 60 feet across that overall 350-foot wide water body, which equates to about an 18% crossing. It's standard Army Corps of Engineers policy not to exceed 25%. So that combined with the fact that the harbor master saw no issues with navigation, I think that there will be no impacts to navigation. I think that sums it up. I'm happy to take questions.
Sorry, any questions on the
No
part of the
additional.
select board? I know Mr. Brown had raised the questions and you answered them, and we appreciate your answering them in advance, so we had an opportunity to take a look at that. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Discussion with respect to the, before we, I apologize. Before we close the meeting, are there any people in the public who wanted to discuss, have comments with respect to the application? Okay, so there were none, so I think we're okay. So we'll move to a vote.
I would move approval of this doc presented by Mr. Borselli. Motion to approve the application from Michael and Marnie Farrell for permission to construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 61 feet seaward of mean high water into Eel Pond, located at 202 Edgewater Drive East, East Falmouth.
Second. We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to discuss and consider a vote to approve an application for a one-day entertainment license. Mr. Reed, would you read the public notice, please?
Yes. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 140, Section 183A of the General Laws as amended by Chapter 299 of the Acts of 1926 and amendments thereto, that Luke Vos of Rise and Shine Productions, LLC, Falmouth, has applied for a one-day entertainment license for Coast Fest to be held in the Lynn Whitehead Bandshell at Marine Park, 180 Scranton Avenue, Falmouth, on Saturday, August 1st, 2026, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 10 p.m. A hearing on the above application will be held in the Old Silver Surf Drive Program Room at the Falmouth Senior Center, 780 Main Street, Falmouth, on Monday, February 9th, 2026 at 6:45. Comments may be sent to the Select Board at falmouthma.gov per the order of Falmouth Select Board. Publication date, Friday, January 30th, 2026 in the Falmouth Enterprise.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bose?
Good evening.
Okay, you want to tell us about your application?
Yeah, we've had this same event since 2019. It's a local concert. We try to bring really high-value production, something really impressive. It's a great community event. A portion of the profits go to local charities, and we've always done it until 10 o'clock. This year, they asked us to move it to 9 o'clock, which just doesn't work for the financial side of it. So I guess I'm here more to answer questions. I think the event we think it's a great event. It hasn't changed over the years very much. So I'm here to, I guess, answer any questions or just appeal that change in the curfew.
I just want to express my strong support for keeping it at 10 o'clock. I think that, I attended this last year, and it was a fantastic event. And, really it's more, you guys do great due diligence in making sure that you're done really by 9:45, 9:50.
Yeah.
And you are really respectful of keeping the noise to the band shell. And as a young person, I haven't said it in a while, Mr. Chair, so I'm allowed to say it, but as a young person,
You're not that young anymore.
Yeah, I'm not that. You got younger people here, but it's incredibly important that we protect events like this, and we continue to support Coast Fest and make it as easy as possible. So I would certainly support keeping it at 10 o'clock. I think they've been a great partner to the community. We should keep this in place the way it is.
I guess I'm just going to ask you, Mr. Vos, why doesn't it make sense economically for you?
Well, first of all, one of the first things is just the production side of it. You put on a big light show, video walls. Part of the reason people come is it's this amazing production you're not going to see anywhere else on the Cape. You don't really see that until it's dark. So if you stop at 9 o'clock, people aren't going to see the light show. They're not going to see this video wall we put up. That's a big part of it. And then financially, we just know a lot of people come later in the day. A lot of people are coming at 9 o'clock. So it's actually ticket sales for the door and then concession sales in that last hour as well.
So basically, you think you would have less attendance if you closed it up at 9 o'clock? That's what you're saying financially?
I'm fairly certain, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions?
Do you think you'll ever outgrow the site and want to go out to the fairgrounds?
I hope so. Yeah.
Because it seems like it's kind of getting there. It's getting pretty big.
Yeah, I think we do a good job with the amount of people there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think we get everyone out in time, and they have time to go to the other bars in town if they want to keep, enjoying the evening. And we really never had any big issues. I think we work well with the town and the police and the fire department. So I don't feel like we're at it's bursting our capacity and we need to get out of there this year. I would, like any enterprise, I'd love to grow out of that space, but I don't think we're there yet.
I think from an infrastructure standpoint, it makes sense because, you can walk around after it, kind of like what you just
Right.
said. But maybe in the future, we can think of something with transportation from the county fair site to other spots in town.
Just for the record, and it came in rather late in the day, but we do have a police log of some noise complaints that were to the police department last year, and we appreciate what efforts you can do to minimize those complaints as much as possible.
Absolutely.
We did receive comments on both sides, and they are part of the public record. So I'll ask if anyone else in the public would like to speak. Sir? Hear you first, and then...
You're already up, go.
Okay, well, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Rick Maple. I live at 174 Queen Street. My home, the living space and bedrooms, as well as a residential complex, faces the band shell, which is only 150 feet away. Due to the extreme sound level generated by the bands, which exceeds 80 decibels, the crowd noise, the traffic noise, people honking and screaming as they go by, and the 8-hour duration of the event, which ends at 10 o'clock at night, I ask that you deny licensing for Coast Fest on August 1st, 2026. I'll keep this short, less than 3 minutes, as I've voiced my concerns to the board and the town manager for over a year at this point. I've also attended multiple town meetings in an effort to provide insight into the negative impact that these unreasonably loud and long events are having. The sound level is so extreme, we're unable to host and invite friends and family to our home Saturday nights during the summer. We've needed to cancel multiple milestone family events, birthday celebrations, anniversaries, and most disheartening, visits from our grandchildren. Due to the extreme sound levels, we literally cannot hear or communicate with each other, both inside and outside our home. And the grandchildren cannot go to bed at a reasonable time. This has been substantiated via multiple videos sent to the board. I've provided the board numerous videos and written correspondence highlighting the extreme nature of these banned shell events. All of this is done in an effort to provide insight into the extreme and disruptive nature of the weekly events in real time. The reality is that there are families that live only 150 feet from the band shell and the amplified sound systems. With this in mind, I only have a few questions I'd like to get clarification on from the board. 1, does the board feel that band decibel levels that exceed 80 decibels is acceptable in a residential area that is only located 150 feet from the band shell? 2, does the band feel that rock bands playing amplified music continuously for 8 hours in duration is acceptable in a residential area that is only 150 feet from the residential housing? And finally, does the board feel the bands playing amplified music all day until 10 o'clock at night in the evening acceptable in a residential area that is only 150 feet away? In conclusion, in an effort to provide realism, I'd like to present to the board an actual recording from last year's Coast Fest that was recorded as we were sitting in our living room of our home. Please keep in mind this is a very short recording, but the actual event goes on for 8 straight hours. I ask you once again, please do not grant licensing for the Coast Fest. Thank you. Voice memo. Consideration stopping this would be appreciated.
Just to clarify, Mr. Maple, during your points, you were somewhat conflating this particular application, which this is one night, with other events. So I just want to clarify that this application is only with respect to to the Crooked Coast application. You made some comments with respect to events throughout the summer and so forth. That's not the subject of this particular public hearing.
I completely understand that.
Thank you. Okay, any members have anything to, yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. I'm Joe Sedlock. I'm the property manager for the Admiralty Apartments, which is directly next door to where Mr. Maple lives. I represent 67 residents ranging from the ages of 5 years old to 94 years old. They are, with few exceptions, actually in favor of listening to music. I have many of my 70 and 80-year-olds that grew up listening to rock and roll, and they love being able to go there. I would like to point out that the bandstand has actually been in place since the 1960s. I used to have a resident that was listening to music over there while watching our property be constructed in 1963-64. So it's been in existence, and music has been played there since then, 30 years before the marine condos were even open. You know, we actually owned the property previously, we being the owners, and sold marine condos their property, and they were built in the 90s. So the band shell's been existing, the music's been existing, and it's just really a part of the culture of Falmouth to be able to have events there, to have things that really bring in more people to Falmouth. And I sit out there, I was here the first year, 2019, is when I came here. I used to be off Cape, and then previous to that, I was in South Yarmouth, and we were always in support of more music and culture and art events in the Cape, to help drive business to be year-round versus being very seasonal as it was in the 70s and 60s. So we are in great support of Coast Fest, and I have to commend them on their event coordination. The crowd control and site cleanup is tremendous. They do great with making sure that they are a good partner to our community. I don't have to go out and pick up cups or anything else along the roadway or into our big lawn that we have there. We really just encourage using that space, and we hate the idea that you might grow too large to go elsewhere, but if that happens, we would hope to find somebody else that would be to come in and continue to provide that type of entertainment that is walkable for the community.
Thank you.
Any questions about our representation?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jonah Goldstone. I live at 43 Grasmere Drive, just across the street from Morse Pond School. And I've been going to Coast Fest since it began, as well as listening to Crooked Coast since kindergarten, when they played schools or shows for the school during the last week of summer every year that I can remember. This event's been a highlight of my summers, as well as many of my friends, for years since it began. And I feel that the public event space isn't utilized as much even as it could be. And this event once a year, showcasing local bands, is a great use of the public property and the public show space, as well as the event only runs until 10, which is when the quiet time starts. So the allotted time is used fairly, and there's no extensive use or too loud use of the property.
Okay, thank you. You have something to say, Chief?
So I wasn't able to make the special event meeting, so I notified Peter Johnson-Staub that I did have an opinion on this event. I'm here now coming on 3 years, and one of the things that I really love about Falmouth is how we embrace all these special events. I mean, the 4th of July is even louder. And we're not having near riots. We're not having, terrible issues there. We encountered 2 intoxicated people. We can't determine if they were even at this event. In fact, one of them we contact in that area quite often, intoxicated. We did receive a couple of noise complaints. I would just remind everyone that it is a band shell. It's a one-night event. We interviewed all the detail officers and all the staff that worked. Last year, no issues. I concur what this gentleman just said. They leave the site cleaner than when they get there. So I'm in support until 10 o'clock. I have empathy for the gentleman, for his family. It's one night till 10. I don't think the 1 hour makes that much of a difference. And like I said, it's a great local event that, 1,000 people throughout the day visit that really enjoy it. And I think it's good for Falmouth. It's good for our local businesses. I think it's good for our community. And as your police chief, I just wanted to give you my opinion on it. And like I said, very, very few problems we have that night. Hopefully it continues.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Just real quick, I also just want to commend your officers. I talked with a number of them when I was there last year, and it's just very great work that your department puts on as well for this event and other events.
Hello, I'm Molly Keefe. I also have been listening to Creek Coast since kindergarten, and I'm now a junior. My friends and I look forward to this event every year. We've been going since the first one in 2019, except for COVID when they did a trailer tour and came to my house. An event like this is unique to our town, and especially for teens. It's also very special to me. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Please note that the apartment complex that the gentleman was speaking of is about 300 yards away from the building. We are actually 150 feet away from the building, or from the band shell. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak?
Hi, Melissa Keefe. I'm a member of the school committee. However, I'm not speaking on behalf of the school committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself personally, my family, and if I dare say, children of the town and young people. A couple of highlights I just want to mention. I want to remind everyone that during COVID, we were essentially begging for live music to come back, and Coast Fest, they were there before. They made it work during, being safe with everyone. They were on a flatbed, I believe, built by the amazing brother of the amazing Luke. And I'm going to continue to advocate for live music. This event is also bigger than Crooked Coast at this point. It's a community event. And being somebody who's, I'd like to think I'm a part of the fabric of this community. It's hard to keep live music going and to really engage young people. And if you've not been to this event, to see the young people come together, families, young kids, grandparents, contemporaries of myself, people from around the town that are perhaps on opposite ends of things coming together and really celebrating music, live music, and folks that are from here. I think that that's really important. I'm really sorry that you're having a sour experience with this. I don't know how to fix it. I'm sorry. I like to try to fix things. I hope that somehow, some way, it gets better for you. I don't know. But I would like to continue to advocate for this venue, and this is not my first time coming to advocate for Crooked Coast and Coast Fest. Thanks very much.
Motion to close public comment.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak? There's some more people.
Hi there. My name's Lily, and I'll be coming up next to talk about my event, but just in reference to decibels and the financial implications and it being a community event, there's so much to balance when you're talking about community events, and much to the officer's point, you know, the fireworks are far louder. Mr. Maple, with all due respect, I know you were here last year too, you were concerned about my event having 6 dates, and as a courtesy, I cut off at 9. I asked for 9:30 in case the bands go over, because I can't, you know, if they go over 5-10 minutes, I don't want to be a nuisance, right? But the point is,
to this particular application, if you don't mind.
For Luke to lose an hour of his event has serious financial implications. So my background in this field, this is my profession, this is my livelihood. I worked for Live Nation for close to 10 years, managing multiple venues in Hartford, in Philadelphia, everywhere. An hour of sales can make or break the event. And let's say Luke was coming here representing the road race, and it was the 70s, and you guys said, oh, well, no, we're not going to close any more roads for you. Where would we be economically at this point if we didn't have the road race? I mean, that's what these events are growing into, our economic stimulus. So please keep that in mind, too, when we're making these decisions about essentially issuing a sound ordinance or things like that. Like, we have to have actual research and, like, factual information as far as what we're going to do and base these decisions off of, especially for public space usage, which was, I know, something I mentioned last year. You know, we were just kind of having this conversation for the first time with the new regulation. And I was saying, you know, can we have a little more clarity maybe moving forward with that framework of what can we do within those spaces, and maybe have an addendum for public spaces versus those private spaces, which is how this all came about and why we have to go through this process. And also, the way speakers work, how you can control them, there's a lot that can be done, a lot. So, to everyone else's point, you know, it would be a huge, huge loss to our community on many levels for many reasons.
Thank you. Is there,
Unless there's somebody else.
yeah, is there a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
I would,
Motion to close the public hearing.
I guess, I don't know, I just wanted to make a comment.
But
Well,
can we
let's
deliberate,
close the
yeah,
public
after,
hearing.
yeah.
We'll close the public hearing. Second? Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now discussion with respect to the application. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Bose how he can manage to just turn it down a little bit. I mean, I've been to the event a couple of years ago. I know I commented to you afterwards that it just seemed exceedingly loud. And that's not just, you know, from my perspective about you, but other shows that I've been to. It just seemed like it was over the top a couple years ago, and I think it was a little bit less last year, but still, I mean, it seemed like it was louder than it needed to be. It's not that big of a space, so, you know, people are going to hear you. It's not like, you know. So if we could try to work on that, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. The guy's trying to talk to his family in his house. He can't even hear each other talk, and 80-something decibels is from 150 feet away. That's pretty loud. So, and I'm sure he's going to have the meter going again this year.
Okay.
So,
All right. Is there a motion with respect to the application?
Motion to approve the application for a one-day entertainment license, Rise and Shine Production LLC Coast Fest, Lynn Whitehead Bandshell at Marina Park, 180 Scranton Ave, Saturday, August 1st, 2026, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
just a final comment that I think it's a valid point that these events are an economic driver in town, and that a lot of people come here for that, and I think it's important. We've got a lot of comments in the emails as well of supporting.
Mm-hmm. As I said before, yeah, there were a number of comments. So, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. And then we will move on to our last public hearing to discuss and consider a vote to approve an application for one-day entertainment license, New England Festivals, and for that I'm going to turn to Mr. Richardson.
Town of Falmouth Town of Falmouth Select Board notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 140, Section 183A of the General Laws, as amended by Chapter 299 of the Acts of 1926, and amendments thereto, that New England Festivals, Inc., North Falmouth, Massachusetts, has applied for an entertainment license for the Harbor Light Illumination Concert Series and Night Market to be held at the Lynn Whitehead Band Shell at Marine Park, 180 East Grand Ave, Falmouth, on the following Saturdays: July 4, 11, 18, and August 8, 15, 22, 2026, between the hours of 5 p.m. and 9:30 p.m. A hearing on the above application will be held in the Old Silver/Surf Dry Program Room at the Falmouth Senior Center, 780 Main Street, Falmouth, on Monday. Right now, comments may be sent to selectboard@falmouthma.gov.
Okay, thank you very much. The applicant is here. Would you like to tell us about your application?
Sure, thank you. My name is Lillian Kazanis, and I'm here to present my concert series for your approval again this year. It will be our 6th season. There's no changes to the event. It will be the same as it has been. I have the same concern sort of as Luke, is just, I just want to make sure that I have that buffer of a little bit of time. Like, as a courtesy, I've always cut it off at 9. I know the last concert of my series last year went over a little bit because the band specifically asked me if they could do a little bit more material because they were local from here. And the gentleman's daughter was coming up to sing with him, and I said, that's fine, and it went over by about 15 minutes. So I'm just, concerned to know, what is the process going to be moving forward? How do we address things like neighbor complaints? There's always going to be complaints. So it's like, where's that balance? Where can we come together and say, okay, can someone let me know when there's a complaint after one of my dates within, 5 business days or something, so I can address it? I had no idea anyone had any sort of complaint whatsoever at all. The first time I heard of it was at our meeting in January. And I was like, oh, well, I easily could have rectified that had I known. And furthermore, how you arrange speakers, the decibel readings, like all of those things, it's very manageable. It's very workable. So, it's unfortunate that he has had such a bad experience, like the other woman was saying, but, there are solutions to this that aren't just, who's going to yell louder, the people complaining or the people, it's like, no. We can figure this out. As far as my event goes, again, there's no changes, and I'm looking forward to it. It's becoming more successful, which is great. I've been able to give back more, which is great. Your support has been great, so thank you. I do appreciate it.
If I remember correctly, your application is donation only for people who attend?
Yep, it's a free event, donation-based, should they so choose, so that it's accessible. There are artisans there, so it's supporting local artisans. It's supporting local artists as well, musicians. Food trucks are there, and they're usually all local people. So it's a local event for our town.
So, quick question.
Sure.
Our regulation allows up to 10 p.m. If I'm hearing it correctly, your event goes 5 to 9 as advertised, and then
Right.
if there is a request or a one more song chant that happens up, you'll
Right.
cut off by 9:30.
Right, I would never go past 9:30. My goal is to have that half-hour buffer really for just the ambient sound of people leaving, even, just so that it's, my permit that will extend to that.
Right, but
Just
your
to give me a little
application
leeway.
is to conduct until 9:30.
9:30, yep.
Just your procedure is to stop it at 9 o'clock.
Mine is,
Yeah, that's, okay, just wanted to make sure.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Sure.
Anyone else? Questions? Anyone in the audience have something to say? Please.
So to dovetail into what I said earlier about the support from our apartment building, and everybody really just loves having these, but we've thoroughly enjoyed watching the growth of her event. Harbor Illuminations is just it's different from Coast Fest. It's quieter overall, and but their partnership with the community, making sure that the area remains clean is on par with what they do with Coast Fest. So we are just in full support, and we love having as many events at the harbor as possible, because that's what the band show was built for.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
Joe said lock again,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah, we got it, thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
I'm Melinda Peterson. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
No.
Raise it up a little bit.
Oh, okay. I've actually known Lillian for a number of years, and I have to say that it's really been awesome to see this event and how it's evolved in our town, and to actually see the band shell being utilized in the way that I feel like it was really intended to be utilized. It really represents, I feel like, a important need in this community. I was born and raised here. I just most recently came back. And from an economic standpoint, it's very inclusive, seeing that it's donation-based. For people who have young families who can't exactly afford to, take their kids out, every Friday night, it's just a wonderful opportunity. I don't know if any of you have ever been to it, but it's really incredible to see, there's just kids running and playing, and, I feel like it serves the community on so many different levels, and we just really need that here. We're having, I feel like, a retention problem with keeping young families here as the cost of living keeps on escalating. I know personally, I came home to take care of my mother. She's 84. But I have 2 kids by proxy who are 9 and 11, and there just isn't the finances available at the end of the day, to take them out for the evening sometimes. And it's just a wonderful opportunity for young families to be able to go out and to participate in the culture of the community, and not have to spend a ton of money. Just go and listen to music. There's also activities there for children, which having lived here for the last 44 years, it's just, I've seen the Cape change tremendously. It's not the same place as it was when I was growing up on Woods Hole Road on the farm. It's a much different place, and I feel like we need to cultivate these opportunities that are healthy and family-friendly and wholesome. I've actually never been to Coast Fest, but I think what Luke's doing is wonderful as well, and I've known him for a really long time. He's an incredible human being. He comes from an incredible family, same as Lillian, and I just think that we can't set the precedent of eliminating these events. I think it's really important that we continue to foster them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else from the public? Then we'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. On the application?
I'd like to just make a general comment that
Sure.
this event space was built originally in 1972 and redone in 2009, and it is such a community resource. Having moved here over 10 years ago, I am still just a rookie, but in that, I have found that 90% of the time in this town, everything closes at 8 or 9 o'clock. So having these few spikes of fun is very important. A few spikes of community, homegrown talent, concerts, and other things is very important. We celebrate small businesses that are brick and mortar, but it's time that we also think about celebrating the homegrown music scene that we have here. And to quote a friend of mine, Brian Guest, let's keep Falmouth fun here. And for that, I am supportive of both of the things. I neglected to speak at the last topic, but for both of them overall, I think we need to do this, and I'm in strong support for both. And so with that, I'll make the motion to approve the application for one-day entertainment licenses for New England Festivals, Inc., Harbor Light Illumination, Lynn Whitehead Bandshell at kind of cut off Marina Park, 180 Scranton Ave on the Saturdays of July 4th, 11th, 18th, as well as August 8th, 15, 22, and 22nd, 2026 from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. as presented.
Second, and the only thing I want to add as the select board liaison to the Cultural Council is that the Cultural Council appreciates the partnership, and it's a terrific opportunity, and keeping it free is like Mr. Reed mentioned.
Yeah, we did receive an email late this afternoon from the chair of the council. Thank you.
Yeah, Alice. So yeah, I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to the business. The business portion of our meeting, and we are right on time, 7:40 p.m. And we're going to have a presentation by Joint Base Cape Cod, the Joint Oversight Group Base Commanders. You are allotted 20 minutes, and we are going to try to keep you to that. I'm sure you'd like to keep it to that as well. So
we'll be quick. We've been practicing.
Is their report loaded and everything ready to go?
Yeah, so is someone going to run the slides from the podium?
You want to be there?
I can be there.
Okay.
I mean, I can just run the full time.
You can speak from there as well.
So it's just a PC and...
Just while they're getting ready, Mr. Chair, if we could have a future agenda item. I know Colin had mentioned a while ago reviewing cultural overlay districts potentially. If we could discuss that and how that intertwines with the entertainment regulations, just while I'm thinking of it now.
Yeah, we'll put it down for the future. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
All right, good evening. My name's Colonel Matthew Porter. So I have been briefing here at these meetings for probably since 2017 as the base commander for Camp Edwards, but now I have moved into a new role. General Foe has retired recently, and I have moved into the executive director position. So for some of the, I'm going to be pretty quick, and I'm going to move on to the Army slides right after this, but just want to cover a couple of items that are really, JBCC as a whole and what we're doing. I know most of you probably have already heard that we have kicked off a base-wide cantonment area master planning effort. That effort is really in infancy stage right now, where the design team and engineering team is really just gathering information, but we'll be reaching out to the stakeholders from the towns and community probably early spring, and that's really when you'll probably start to meet those individuals more readily. So that's a major piece that we've been working on. Also, it's probably of interest is we've worked with the national academies. We've already done one small panel of experts study that we had transcripts from that, and then that led to us doing another contract with the National Academies of Science to do a study really looking at all of our ranges and the impacts of munitions or projectiles on those ranges. So that scope is being built and being contracted out. The money is in hand now, so that's good news, and we will be moving forward with that. So with that, I'm going to move on to the Army and introduce you to Lieutenant Colonel Alex McDonough.
Good evening. As Colonel Porter said, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Alex McDonough. I'm the Deputy Commander for Camp Edwards. Just as a brief overview, Camp Edwards operates primarily as a training site, so our mission is to ensure soldiers have the facilities, land, and resources available to meet their requirements so they're ready to deploy for their federal mission. We also serve as a staging area for units getting ready to mobilize overseas for their federal mission. For example, we staged 60 trailers for a transportation unit going overseas to Poland. A year later, they came back with 120 trailers. They got staged, and then they're going back to their unit. So Army needs a lot of land, so 15,000 acres maneuver space is what we use to primarily conduct our training. And I'll move on to what the last year looked like. So the last year was our busiest year in over 10 years. We hosted Regional Cooperation 25, which was a joint exercise with the Central Command, where we had units from that area of the world, think Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, and the like. Officers from there came to Camp Edwards and did what's called a warfighter, which is a simulated exercise where the officers work on a problem set together and develop partnership and best practices. We also hosted Air Assault, which is the course where soldiers learn how to jump out of a perfectly good helicopter with rope, and a very successful course with a high rate of pass. Colonel Porter already talked about the National Academy of Science. Some other projects that we are working through is a renovation of 3 out of our 8 barracks, a renovation of 1 of our dining facilities, and subject to the availability of funds, the construction of a armory near the Utes on the Sandwich side of the base. Additionally, we are about to award a contract to improve the electrical systems on our live fire ranges, to accept new lifters, and we completed our track renovation. Finally, I'd just like to point out the State of the Reservation report. You'll see in the lower right-hand side of your screen, there's a report you can look at if you want to learn anything about Camp Edwards training. All the data is in there, and it's a requirement under Chapter 47 of the Acts of 2002. We also have a tour season coming up. Be on the lookout for the dates. It's been going for 4 years and is very popular. I believe we're holding questions at the end, so I'll be followed by the 102nd.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Colonel Andrew St. Jean. I'm the new commander of the 102nd Intelligence Wing. Just took over in August of 2025. So really just getting into what the mission of the 102nd Intelligence Wing is. And you can see up there it says empowering ready airmen to meet our federal ISR taskings as well as expeditionary tasking. So we do have a home game as well as an away game. So an operational piece to what the wing does as well as the training piece, much in coordination with what they're doing, Joint Base Cape Cod and Camp Edwards. So really focusing on what we accomplished there with our 102nd Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance Group. This is what would otherwise be known as DGS Massachusetts. So doing the distributed ground system associated with exploitation of some assets flown overseas. So it gives us the flexibility to do kind of remote operations, collection assets operating downrange when the folks who are doing the intelligence exploitation, data gathering, as well as dissemination back into theater is taking place over at DGS Massachusetts. So get their taskings effectively from combatant commanders, and then whatever the priority requirements they have, that's what they attempt to meet. So that mission really kind of stood up some 17 or 18 years ago. The 202 ISRG is a newer addition to the portfolio of the wing. Really only became fully operationally capable a couple years ago. So it does much of the same sort of intelligence production, but kind of a difference in domain and a difference in analytical rigor that's being done there. So they primarily work on signals intelligence, and we have a lot of skilled cyber operators who are capable of providing, let's just call it computer network exploitation, to assess an adversary's understanding of our weapon systems and how our development is proceeding so as to provide some kind of additional safety as we're procuring new weapons across the department. The 253rd Cyber Engineering and Installation Group. So primarily they are focused on being responsible for fixed-based communications in a deployed environment, as well as being able to rapidly restore communications. So these would be the types of airmen you'd want to call out in the event that you had to rapidly stand up a communication node in a location in some desolate or otherwise uninhabited place, and then be able to rapidly repair it in the event that something unfortunate happened to it. Also attached to that group there's a lot of things that are very bespoke about the way that this organization is set up, and not every one of them seems purpose-built, but we also have a weather flight that's attached to that engineering group, which does a lot of work on behalf of our Army aviation folks. out on the base as well. Our 102nd Medical Group, so it is a small medical unit. We don't have a treatment facility, we don't have a hospital, but we do have plenty of docs and providers who are capable of serving to maintain a medical readiness for our units. But we also have folks who are attached towards that Homeland Response Force in terms of the critical care for FEMA Region 1 and capable of responding from a domestic operations perspective. And then the Mission Support Group, this is really the folks who are responsible for doing all of our base operation support and also the ones who primarily we send off the yard whenever we are called out to bring agile combat support forward. So we have our logisticians, our support personnel who manage, military manpower, our security forces defenders, and these are the folks that primarily in the past few iterations, whenever we're deploying airmen downrange, it's primarily coming from that mission support group. So they have to sustain our base operations at home as well as kind of make the mission happen downrange. So I think now, as I turn it over to our Space Force.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Brian Becker. I'm the 6th Swiss and Cape Cod Space Force Station commander. We're a radar that sits on just the north side of JBCC by Market Basket or the Bourne Bridge there, or the other bridge there. We are basically our main mission is missile warning, missile defense. So we're here for, it was built in the Cold War, 1980 is when we came active duty. It's seen a significant upgrade when it added the missile defense, but our job is to make sure SLBMs and ICBMs don't come into the eastern side or the eastern hemisphere. As our third mission, we have space domain, so which is basically tracking satellites at low Earth orbit. We track about 10 million satellites a year, making sure that they are exactly where they're supposed to be and not traveling anywhere nefarious or anything, making sure nothing actually hits our own satellites. We track about 50 plus missiles each year. There's 135 of us that are up there between military, civilian, and contractors. We additionally have 2 Canadians, so it's part of our reserve since it's Defense of North America. We have 2, 1 officer and 1 enlisted Canadian member. And my boss resides, which we are Mission Delta 4, which is all missile warning, missile defense across the world, resides in Colorado. What's our impact? What's our annual budget? So over the past year, we're about $4.1 million annual budget. We heavily rely on JBCC. We're only about 100 acres, so some of our individuals live on JBCC as on Captain Mason's housing, as well as we're reliant on the clinic that is also Coast Guard and many of the facilities of the 102nd. We have support agreements with fire and law enforcement across all the different communities, and all of our members are pretty much, I think only 15% of us live on base, so most of our members live within the communities of Falmouth, Sandwich, and all the others. Economic impact, so we do have 2 wind turbines, as well as we are capable of taking ourselves off the commercial power grid. So if it's hot during the summer, we'll take ourselves and relieve the power grid of our consumption of energy, as well as any storms or anything like that. Recently, we've had about $6.3 million in the last year and a half of projects that have gone out to local communities and local bidders. And in the future, we have a $250 million project, which is a microgrid project, which is updating all of our power sources and making sure it's more resilient, which was open for bidding, I believe, as of last week to start looking at the multiple functions. That's all I have. I'll pass it over to the Coast Guard, Captain Mason, and I'll hold on for any questions.
Good evening. I am Captain Roger Mason. I am the commanding officer of Coast Guard Base Cape Cod. I assumed command this summer in July. However, I've been on base for about 4 years straight now in some different capacities. Coast Guard Base Cape Cod is the Coast Guard's 2nd largest base, second only to Kodiak. So a pretty large landmass that we manage there. We actually, as Brian alluded to, we administer the housing, the military housing that's on base, and we also maintain and operate the airfield, which was a change for the Coast Guard starting in 2008 when the F-15s departed. So pretty large landmass for the Coast Guard to manage. On Joint Base Cape Cod, the Coast Guard's got a number of different commands, including Air Station Cape Cod, which I'll talk about here in a few seconds, Maritime Safety and Security Unit Cape Cod, or I'm sorry, Maritime Safety and Security Team Cape Cod. They're an anti-terrorism team. They deploy up and down the eastern seaboard, providing anti-terrorism functions for major events. They also provide presidential security, which is a mission that they're off on right now. Port Security Unit 301 is an expeditionary force that usually deploys with the Navy to provide security for the Navy in foreign ports. Northeast Regional Fisheries Training Center is a schoolhouse to teach our law enforcement officers the ins and outs of fisheries in the Northeast. And so every law enforcement officer doing fisheries law enforcement typically goes through the schoolhouse there on base Cape Cod. And then finally, Marine Safety Unit Cape Cod is a subunit of Sector Southeastern New England here in Woods Hole. They do maritime investigations and inspections on commercial fishing vessels, commercial vessels, really across the entire Cape Cod region. My command, Base Cape Cod, we're split into 6 different departments, so I'll just go through those real quick. Facilities engineering, that's a team of about 60 people that maintain our facilities, roadways, the airfield, as discussed previously. Base operations runs the galley that's open 7 days a week and serves all components of Joint Base Cape Cod. Contracting spends about $6 million a year to keep us operational, putting that money into the local economy, as Brian talked about as well. Electronic support does really 2 functions. They do information technology for the Coast Guard throughout the region, and then our electronics support team also does the electronics on small boats on vessels located really throughout Cape Cod and into Rhode Island. Personnel support, those are the folks that assign people to and from housing, help them move when they PCS or transfer in and out of Base Cape Cod. And then our morale, well-being, and recreation department does a whole host of activities. Of particular interest is our golf course, but also our child development center. And so we've got about 60 children that we provide daycare for on Joint Base Cape Cod. And then finally, the Coast Guard does operate a clinic on Joint Base Cape Cod, primarily seeing active duty Coast Guard members, but we also see some Space Force members. And just talked specifically about Coast Guard Air Station Cape Cod. They're sort of the most visible part of the Coast Guard on Joint Base Cape Cod. They've got about 200 people attached to their unit. They fly 3 MH-60 helicopters, which are comparable to the MH-60s that the Army, Navy, Air Force fly. The one difference being that the Coast Guards carry some external fuel tanks that gives them much more endurance to effectuate those offshore search and rescue cases. Then we also have 3 HC-144 turboprop aircraft. That's a twin turboprop on the top left of the screen. They provide search and rescue, but also command and control for the rotary wing asset on offshore search and rescue cases. The history of Air Station Cape Cod is particularly interesting. They moved down to Cape Cod in 1970, and they've been there ever since. They can launch within a 30-minute window, so if the notice comes that there's a vessel sinking or a vessel in distress, they've got 30 minutes to have an aircraft airborne, whether that's a fixed wing or a rotary wing aircraft. Kind of unique to Base Cape Cod and Air Station Cape Cod is their medevac mission that they participate in on the islands. If med flight has to decline a case due to weather being below their minimums, the Coast Guard is that next call and often the last hope to get those patients off of Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, or Block Island. The Coast Guard certified to land on the major hospitals in Rhode Island and Boston, and so they spend a lot of time making sure those patients get to the critical care they need. They really participate in a whole host of Coast Guard statutory missions. Most recently, they have been flying a lot to monitor ice flows in major harbors throughout the Northeast, and it's worth noting that their area of responsibility spans from the New York-New Jersey border up to the Maine-Canada border, and then hundreds of miles offshore. With that, I will yield the floor to any questions you may have for the Coast Guard or the other services.
Mr. Brown? Oh.
I don't really have any pertinent questions. I appreciate the update. Thank you so much.
So, was your group involved with the Gloucester
Yes.
and that boat?
Yeah, Air Station Cape Cod launched and flew on that boat for several days or until they called the search off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, some other questions? Mr. Reed?
First, thank you all for everything that you do for not only our area, but also the nation. We're a lot safer because of you, so thank you very much. Having just read up on one of our oceanographers at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, I learned quickly about your rapid construction of that area between the years of 1940 and 1941, especially on the housing front. I know that we as a community have talked to you multiple times about the housing front. We've also been talking about the critical need of your of the rail that supports yours. So you're oftentimes at the forefront of our thoughts, even indirectly. Just a quick question regarding the overall base operations. I think we've seen tidbits here and there, but do you have an average head count, full-time, part-time contractor that are on base daily, just the sheer human power?
I think we probably have to go through that service by service. But from, I don't know.
Yeah, we use 500 is our ballpark number.
Yeah.
I think the 102nd uses 1,200 for your ballpark number.
There'll be total full and part-time.
Okay. Brian, you're
135 on a daily basis.
100. The Army full-time during the week, we're kind of the odd ducks. We are the smallest service during the week, but we're the largest on drill weekends when the Army Guard comes in. On average, from March to really November, we're averaging between 2,000 and 3,000 soldiers passing through the base a month. With 3 weekends, we serve for drill service. So 3 weekends a month, we're always open. And then we'll open up the 4th during the really busy time.
Thanks. And one last question, I guess, is we often come to you with requests of land, space, use, et cetera, et cetera. What do you need our eyes on as a select board for the town of Falmouth that's abutting your properties? And maybe the answer is nothing right now, and that's okay.
Well, I will say, first of all, we do appreciate, the support that we've gotten from all the towns, especially, through some pretty challenging periods when we've had some budget shortfalls and that we've gone through recently. But, for us, it's really, we're primarily focused on whether it's training our soldiers or going out and actually doing real world missions. So you got families that live on base and live in the community. I think it's important to realize that, throughout your community, you have people from the base that work there, that are vested in the community, but also vested on what happens on base. So, and they're worried about, their soldiers or airmen or coastie that are doing their missions and getting deployed and that type of stuff. So making sure that we have the facilities and training when we need something, we're asking for it, not because it's just something that we'd like to have, it's something because we need to have it. So. That's really important to understand. It's kind of, when we put a project together and we're trying to provide for our soldiers, making sure they're prepared for going overseas or to go out and rescue a boat or what have you, that they have what they need. So keeping that in front of your mind would be appreciated.
Yes, Mr. Renshaw?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a quick comment. Colonel Porter, I want to commend you and your predecessor, General Foe, for the work that you've been working on with Barnstable County and the composting project specifically. I got involved in that about 1.5 years ago, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity for the entire region. There's a piece of land that's been carved out for this composting feasibility / pilot, and I think it's got great potential. So thank you, Colonel.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And during our MCQ meeting tomorrow on Wednesday, we'll have a little update on that and where we're going with that as well. So thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Has there been any further movement or discussion with respect to the housing situation on the base and, what the plans might be or the options and opportunities might be?
Right, so that is really what, when I was talking about that cantonment area master planning effort, right now the engineering design team is really in the receive mode. They're working with our GIS, they're working with our different engineering teams that are actually on base to gather all that information about where critical infrastructure is, where sensitive receptors and all those things that matter when they're putting the project together. And like I said, in the spring, probably early spring, they'll be reaching out to the communities and the different stakeholders, which includes all the surrounding communities, on different things that they would like to see, and really just taking those ideas and put it into the gonculator, so to speak, as they decide on, hey, what we could potentially put on the base and what is compatible with the military base being there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richardson?
You took my question.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you and kind of echo the town manager's comments. I think people really underestimate how much you guys do for the community beyond keeping us safe, with water and with compost. My mom's been an employee on the base in the groundwater cleanup program for over 20 years, and I've spent a lot of time out there. So just thank you for all you do. And like my colleague, Mr. Reed said, if there's anything we can do to help you out, I'm happy to.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? If not, gentlemen, again, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for keeping us safe.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Moving along, we are going to consider a vote to approve an application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Rise and Shine Production, LLC, Coast Fest, Lynn Whitehead Bandshell, Marina Park, 180 Scranton Avenue, Saturday, August 1, 2026, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is just a follow-up to the entertainment license that we granted. Mr. Vos, do you have anything to add with respect to your application?
No, it hasn't changed since all the other years we've done it. I've had the same application for the whole day license.
Okay. Anyone have any questions with respect to the liquor application?
I'd like to make the motion to approve the application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license from Rise and Shine Productions, LLC, for Coast Fest to be held at the Bandshell Marina Park, 180 Scranton Ave, on Saturday, August 1st, 2026, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. Period.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. We now have to consider a vote to approve an application for 6 special one-day all-alcohol liquor licenses: New England Festivals, Inc., Harbor Light Illumination Concert Series, and Night Market, Lynn Whitehead Bandshell at Marina Park, 180 Scranton Avenue, Saturdays, July 4, 11, 18, and August 8, 15, 22, 2026, from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Anything you'd like to add with respect to this particular application? Okay, thank you.
Given all the discussion from previous, I'd like to make the motion to approve the application submitted by New England Festivals, Inc. for 6 special one-day all-alcohol liquor licenses for Harbor Light Illumination Concert Series and Night Market to be held at Marina Park on Saturdays, July 4th, July 11th, July 18th, August 8th, August 15th, and August 22nd, 2026, from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Moving right along, a few minutes ahead of schedule for once. We are going to discuss and consider the approval of the submission of a community compact IT grant in the amount of $200,000 for the scanning of records for several town departments. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jed Cornock is here tonight. I just want to commend Jed because he's done a tremendous amount of work putting this together. It started with some digitizing needs in his department, and Jed expanded it, talked to other departments, divisions, trying to leverage as much of the grant funds as we possibly could. So I'll turn it over to Jed.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. For the record, Jed Cornock, Community Development Director. Included in your packet is a summary of the departments that we are going to be working with. It'll be including the assessors, accounting, community development, human resources, and the veterans. As you may remember, we went to town meeting, I believe it was last year, with a capital request for the planning office to scan their records. We've actually tried to incorporate our records into this grant request so that we can hand back that capital request if we're awarded. So we're asking for up to the request is for $165,000 to allow us to file that grant application.
Can you talk about the local match?
And we would be putting in how, exactly, what's the local match?
So the local match is $41,250. It's not a requirement for this grant program, but we felt it was important to be as as strong an application as possible.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
No.
Well,
Mr. Brown?
when I first saw this granted application opportunity, I was kind of excited about maybe using it to get some of the old records out of the pump house building, but I got a feeling this is just really the ongoing stuff that needs to be done at Town Hall, right?
Well, it actually will. So Human Resources has quite a few boxes over there that they will have scanned and ultimately either kept or destroyed, depending on their prerogative.
So it might not get it all, but it'll chip away a little bit, right?
That's the goal.
Oh, that's great. Thanks.
How long would it take, or how long will it take to do that,
So-
for the scanning?
If we're granted the grant funds, we have 18 months to spend that money, and it will allow us to take advantage of that window. So 18 months.
Is that enough time, do you think, to?
Yes, sir.
be able to do it? Okay.
Having the benefit of sitting on the Finance Committee and listening to the budget justifications, I know you've done a tremendous amount of work so far in sorting the files, so it's more efficient to scan the files. So kudos to that. And with that, I'd like to make the motion to approve the submission of the Community Compact IT grant in the amount of up to $200,000 for the scanning of records for several town departments.
Okay, is a motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks for
Okay,
working on that.
I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair and,
Mr. Chair, quick question, sorry.
Yes.
Can I vote in the affirmative on B and C? I was in the bathroom. Am I allowed to do that? Or?
we didn't even notice, Mr. Richards. I think we'll just leave it as it is.
Okay, all right.
Rather than worry about it.
All right.
Thank you for pointing it out.
All right.
Anyway, so we're going to, take items H and I out of order. So the H is discuss and consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at 21 Pheasant Land for affordable housing. We have our housing coordinator, Miss Kim Fish, but Mr. Rentro, do you have anything to say?
I do not. I'm going to turn it over to Kim. She's the resident expert.
Okay. Well,
Hi. For the
floor is
record,
yours.
Thank you. Thank you for taking it out of order as well. I appreciate that. For the record, I'm Kim Fish, the housing coordinator. This is regarding the request for proposals for land disposition for affordable housing on 21 Pheasant Lane and 20 Brigantine Drive. So I'm here this evening as a matter of procedure to request that you vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at both 21 Pheasant Lane and 20 Brigantine Drive.
You might want to pull the mic down a little bit. I don't think
Sure.
it's activated.
Is that better?
As long as we
I
can hear
usually
it.
don't have a problem being loud, so I hope my mother sees this. So this is just to authorize the town manager to issue the notice of award. But I thought I'd just briefly bring you up to date on where we are on the RFP process. On November 5th, 2025, the RFPs were issued. Jed Cornock, the Director of Community Development, and I held a pre-proposal meeting on November 19th. We had about 6 people in attendance, just asking some questions, and then we ended up, whatever the questions were, we would answer them, and it has to be uploaded into the RFP system so that everybody can see the answers to those. The proposals were due on January 13th. In 2026, Jed and Melanie Bush, who is the assistant to the town treasurer and the finance director, and I opened the proposals for both properties and confirmed all the required documents were included. There was 1 proposal received for each property. They were submitted by the Falmouth Housing Trust. On January 22nd, 2026, the town-owned Land Affordable Housing RFP Review Committee met to discuss the proposals, and that committee was formed by the town manager. On January 28th, 2026, on their behalf, I issued a memo to town manager recommending the Falmouth Housing Trust be awarded the land for development. The memo is in your packet along with the evaluation forms. On February 2nd, 2026, the town manager sent you a memo requesting that you vote to authorize him to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at both 21 Pheasant Lane and 20 Brigantine Drive. We do have it broken up for you to do two separate motions for each parcel. And just to let you know what the next steps are in the process, if you authorize the town manager to send those award letters, we'll send them out. And then we'll file the required forms in the central register. And town council thankfully provided us with a model land disposition agreement. I've revised that for each parcel, for each property, and I'll send that tomorrow for town council's review. And that's the document that lays out the terms of the disposition of the land. And that's it.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions with respect to the land disposition?
Nope.
Okay, then we will entertain a motion to consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at 21 Pheasant Lane for affordable housing. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we will then move to discuss and consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at 20 Brigantine Drive for affordable housing. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Mr. Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Fish.
Thank you all, I appreciate it.
Thank
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We know everyone wants to get an early bedtime after last night, right? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Renshaw to give us some background on the articles and warrant for April 2026 annual town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board is going to be asked tonight to approve the articles and execute the warrant for April 6, 2026 annual town meeting. Just a bit of an overview. When we met last, January 29th, I believe it was, I went through with the board each of the 35 articles. You have a copy of the articles only version of the warrants in your packet this evening. In the interest of time, unless there are any questions, I wanted to focus the discussion tonight on a few of those articles. Specifically, wanted to gather some additional comments, perhaps, from the board in regards to the affordable rental housing property tax exemption, operation of short-term rentals, that bylaw amendments. Clearly, there was some discussion on January 29th. There's an opportunity, I believe, tonight to gather some additional input from the board and perhaps make some amendments to the language. And lastly, there was a significant amount of discussion when we last met in regards to Article 23, which authorizes the Select Board to transfer care and custody of the parcel located at 484 Brick Kiln Road to Conservation Commission. So with that, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, as a quick overview so that the board and the community is aware, tonight the board is asked to vote the articles and execute the warrant. We'll then publish that document on February 13th in the local paper. The board is next. The next steps, the board will be asked to vote the article recommendations on its next scheduled meeting on February 23rd, and the warrant with recommendations would then be sent to the printer and newspaper on March 2nd to keep on track with our town meeting schedule. As I mentioned, 35 articles included in this warrant, and with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stop, and again, I'd ask the board to give staff and I some direction in regards to those three particular articles. Article 15, the affordable rental housing property tax exemption, the operation of short-term rentals listed as Article 17, and lastly, Article 23, care and custody, transfer of care and custody of 44 Brick Kiln to conservation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Renshaw. Certainly with respect to the annual affordable housing, I think there was generally consensus amongst the board at our last meeting that this was something that we were in favor of. So I'm not sure we need any further discussion on that item, unless anyone agrees or disagrees.
Do you need like specifics, or is that good enough, Mr. Town Manager? Like for that particular article?
Any potential, what I'm looking for tonight, this evening, because I'm going to be asking for the vote to approve the articles, is any changes to what's
No, as is,
the
and I want
language
to
of the
commend,
articles?
I want to commend the Affordable Housing Committee for their work, and particularly Liz Klein for her leadership on this issue.
Okay, so there won't be any discussion with respect to anything other than that's in the warrant book. And the only other item that we discussed of somewhat more interest to the town in general was also the seasonal communities designation, and there was very little, if any, discussion last time about the adoption of the designation. There's certainly a lot of work that needs to be done once that takes place. But so those two items, and I'm going to turn it back over here to Mr. Brown in his capacity as chair of the Affordable, as a short-term rental advisory committee, to talk a little bit about some of the changes, some of the discussions that have transpired over the short-term rental bylaw over the past 2 weeks.
Well, the only really recent thing that's happened, our committee has finalized our draft, and we have it. We have a comment from a gentleman named Mr. Bertrand, who was raising some concerns, but Assistant Town Council has pretty much made it clear that a lot of these don't really apply the way that Mr. Bertrand had intended or expected in his email. And I would like to ask Town Council if she could comment further on those discussions you may have had with Associate Town Council.
I'm happy to provide commentary, but could you be more specific? I don't have information specifically about Mr. Bertrand's comments, but...
Oh, you don't? I'm sorry.
I have, I just don't, that's not how I learned the information. So
I see you got it just from Eric's.
So, yeah, was there something in particular that you wanted me to address?
Well, I'll go back then. I'll look at Eric's comments, because he did a pretty good job of addressing them. The one was a restriction on fractional ownership, and I think Mr. Bertrand thought that because he owned a house with his sister, that would be considered fractional ownership, but I think the intent was that we were talking about timeshares as fractional ownership, so I don't think that applies, and I think there's a lot of common ownership that's going to be, we're going to find that that's a pretty common thing, and I'm certainly, we'll make it clear that that's not going to be what we're actually after. Then the timeshare, they're ineligible because you can't really own a timeshare, you just own a piece of the time. So again, Associate Town Council explained that doesn't really apply.
And I'll add that my colleague also suggested it might be helpful to add a definition to the definition section.
Right.
That would specify what the bylaw is intended to apply to when it talks about timeshare, fractional, and interval ownership units.
Right.
So he did provide a proposed definition. I'm not sure if that was provided to the group, but I'm happy to read it aloud, if that would be helpful.
That'd be great.
Okay, so the proposed definition would be included in the definition section of the bylaw, and it states as follows: timeshare, fractional, and interval ownership units. Any dwelling unit, A, which is owned by an LLC, corporation, partnership, or other joint ownership structure. B, in which unrelated persons or entities own, sell, purchase, or otherwise, for consideration, create or acquire any divided property interest, including co-ownership or fractional or divided estates, shares, leaseholds, or memberships.
C, which are subject to or subsequently bound by any agreement limiting the right or functional ability of interest holders or their designees to occupy or use the property, and D, which consists of 2 or more of the following elements. And then it talks about co-ownership or divided or fractional ownership units, maximum or minimum day limits for each partial owner's interest or use of the property, whether there's a centralized or professional management company involved in the oversight of the unit, whether there's a management agreement or if there are fees that are attached to the actual percentage of unit ownership, and if there's a reservation system. So all of these would go into determining whether the property falls under this definition of fractional ownership.
Okay, well, that would be helpful, thank you. Another question that came up when this email came in is that the requirement for restriction on an owner as an operator when residing more than 20 miles away. And that's something that the committee felt strongly about, and I don't think we completely thought through the fact that it's going to force some owners who now manage their own property to find a manager. So that is maybe something that we'll have to go back to the committee if they want to take that up, but I don't know if the select board wants to just make a determination. That's a kind of a big change to make. I think that would be something that the committee should take up, and I would suggest we leave the language alone for now and get the bylaw onto the warrant, and there'll be more time to discuss it at a later date. It's a simple change to exempt the owner if he's doing his own management, if that becomes clear that that's something that's needed.
So, sorry, so just to help us, Mr. Johnson-Staub, as we go forward now, we've got the warrant, we've got the publication, there's some discussion, possibly changes. How do we go forward from here to make that work?
So you have a couple of options. If the board is prepared to make any changes to vote on them tonight, then those changes will be reflected in the original article as printed in the warrant. Any amendments that the board wants to pursue after voting to execute the warrant tonight could be accomplished through a new main motion. It's essentially an amendment that would be contained in the recommendation.
So it would find its way in the recommendation, be published and available prior to town meeting?
Right. And
if there were such
correct. And I believe you have until the next meeting, the 23rd, to have any amendments to appear printed in the warrant book before the warrant book goes to publication.
So one of the amendments would be, as town council was just describing, and we would have that, and we can put that in now if we agree to that amendment. Is that
you could put that in tonight if you agree to it tonight, and then it would not be an amendment.
okay?
Right?
All right. With respect to the second item that Mr. Brown just mentioned, suggesting deferring it until the committee had an opportunity, we would just leave that alone at this point.
Leave that alone tonight, and if you vote on it on the 23rd, then it could be printed within the recommendation as a change to the original article.
Okay. Were there any other changes, Mr. Brown?
There was one other concern raised that short-term rentals shall only be rented to individuals, and this gentleman pointed out that MBL and WHOI are a set of scientific organizations that sometimes have guests come, but I'm not clear that this is a valid concern, because I believe that individuals who come here and participate at these institutions are responsible to rent their own places. So I don't really think that applies, and I'll have to look back for the response from Associate Town Council here.
I'll add that I think where Eric and I fell on this is that I don't see this as being a problem when it really comes down to the moment, because there's a difference between a reservation with a short-term rental and then actually entering into the agreement to rent it. So for example, if Hui wanted to reserve a space, then that would be fine, but we would want the actual person who will be taking advantage of the Airbnb or short-term rental to be the one to actually be the renter. I think that part of the problem with parsing this part of the bylaw out is that there comes to be a point in time where we're not gonna be able to police this in the minutia of that aspect of this issue. What the point of this section 8C is more of a declaration, and it's a policy declaration on the part of the town, embodying one of the main reasons behind putting this bylaw in place in the first place. And it's to announce and prohibit corporate ownership of local rental units.
Right.
That we want to try to make them available to families and individuals who require rental units and cannot necessarily afford to purchase a house. So it is a bold policy statement embodied in the bylaw to say that short-term rentals cannot be made to a thing. It has to be made to a person.
Right. And in practice, the person would have to reserve it themselves, because it's not reserved unless you put the deposit down. So
Right.
they'll just have to advise their visitors that, they'll have to find that housing, or maybe they'll have to come up with something, but I don't think we can accommodate every request here.
Okay, anything more?
No, that's all I have.
Okay, so as you know, Mr. Brown, and I thank you and your committee for entertaining me the other evening with respect to some of the comments that I had with respect to the draft bylaw, and they are and would be, in my mind, amendments to what's in the warrant book. And I believe, at least it was my understanding between the committee and Eric, who was there, that in paragraph 4E, where there's a listing of minimum license application requirements, all applications for a license shall include at a minimum the following information. And I think that there had been agreement that one of the requirements would be that the applicant produce a certificate of liability insurance in an amount not less than $1 million as provided for in state law.
And that's correct, yeah. We
Okay.
did vote that.
So that would be another amendment. And then finally, with respect to paragraph, section, article, whatever we want to call it, 13, the amendment would be, and what was discussed, would read as follows, if you're following along. The Board of Health or designee is authorized to implement this bylaw, period. The Board of Health is authorized to promulgate written rules, regulations, policies, and procedures for the administration and enforcement of short-term rental licenses, and to effect the purpose of this bylaw, subject to approval by the Select Board.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be a further amendment.
So my understanding is that the committee voted that subject to my review.
Which I was hoping we'd have by now, yes.
Yes, I do have it, and my position is not changed on that. And
Which means what, Counsel?
that I have stated before that I do not think it's appropriate for one regulatory board to approve the regulations promulgated by a separate regulatory board.
Well, we're given them the authority to do it, so I think we can put any restrictions on it that we want. That's my opinion. Committee voted it. I would have appreciated if that was going to be your position, that I would have heard about that before this evening. I have said all along that I do not believe that this board should cede the authority with respect to written rules and regulations for a bylaw of this much importance just to the Board of Health. I mentioned that to the Board of Health this evening. I didn't hear any objections or concerns from the Board of Health when I told them that that was my view. So I don't know where we go from here, but that's my amendment. You may not think it's appropriate, Council. Is it illegal?
I think it's a precedent that is unusual. I am not aware of any other instance where the Select Board approves another board's regulations. I find it creates excessive an administrative burden. I think it is clawing back part of the authority of a different regulatory board in an inappropriate manner.
I will refer you to the bylaw of the town of Nantucket, where the Select Board of the town of Nantucket did retain such authority rights.
I don't know that has been approved by the AG's office yet.
We don't know that it's been disapproved either. So, I mean, with all due respect, I think that particular bylaw has been in place for a while, at least what I looked at. So, anyway, that's where we are.
So how should we proceed then?
I proceed to have the board approve the amendments that I've just made. It's up to them.
So, just my understanding, was your amendments, I mean, I saw today clearly the Board of Health supported it. Was the committee supportive of the chair's amendments?
Yes.
Okay, then I would...
The only clarification I would make is that it's the approval of the Select Board in the purview of the creation of the bylaw, not into its day-to-day operations of the management.
And that was why I made it very clear, and contrary to what council just said, I don't think it adds any administrative burden whatsoever.
I am supportive. I just wanted to make sure that the committee was also in support of it. So I would move forward with your amendments as well.
The Board of Health clearly is the board that will implement this bylaw.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the committee was on board.
Mr. Chair, you have a member of the Board of Health raising his hand. I don't know if you want to...
Certainly. I didn't see it.
So I would like to just clarify that the Board of Health, which just concluded its meeting upstairs, put a discussion of the short-term bylaw on a future agenda item. I would not say that the Board of Health necessarily agreed with any statements about the short-term bylaw that were raised this evening, nor did they necessarily disagree. It was not a complete discussion of it.
Well, that's fine, but they didn't say anything when we just discussed.
Point of clarification then, so, I mean, we could just go forward with it, and then will your next meeting will be before our next select board meeting?
The next will be in 2 weeks.
As will
We have not seen the text or a copy of the proposed short-term bylaw, nor have we fully explored the legal framework for regulating a short-term bylaws in any way other than the housing code, which is state law, which supersedes.
Again, you're talking implementation. I'm talking about who has the authority to set rules and regulations.
Like I said, I'm speculating beyond what we have discussed.
But are you saying that your board has not seen the proposed bylaw that has been in this warrant book for, what, a month? Month and a half?
It's not been on our agenda, no.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't that in part because the Board of Health refused to send a member to be part of the committee?
Well, I don't know why that would be the reason why they didn't see the bylaw. I mean, it's there, but.
It's not been on our agenda. We have not had a full discussion of it.
All right, let's call the question. Okay.
I support the chair's amendments.
Okay, you have a motion, and I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Is that enough, Mr. Johnston-Stein? Okay.
And just to be clear for the record, so that was all of the amendments, including the ones proposed by Associate Town Council?
Yes.
All of the amendments that you discussed this
The
evening?
definition and the other, yes.
Yep, great.
Okay, so then the only other item that Mr. Renshaw has directed our attention to is the care and custody with respect to the property surrounding Long Pond, and I am going to turn to Town Council with respect to that particular item that is on in the warrant book.
I'm sorry, which item are we on?
We are on the transferring the care and custody of Brick Hill, the properties around Long Pond, the two parcels anyway.
Article 23.
Article 23.
Okay, and what questions are you looking for me to provide response for?
Well, I mean, there had been some discussion about amongst this board about whether whether the board supported the current article, and there was some discussion about whether it was applicable to those, whether Section 97 was applicable to those properties, and there was some other discussion. I understand that there's been correspondence, I think, between your office and the 300 committee, with respect to some of these parcels.
Yes. So, as we discussed at the last select board meeting, being able to have an understanding about all of the parcels listed in Article 24 is going to take a while. The 300 committee, I gave all of my research to date to the 300 committee, and they have had their own research into the title work for these properties and have continued to look for information. My understanding is that, just as I have found, the majority of parcels surrounding Long Pond indicate both in their deeds and in town meeting vote that they are already protected by Article 97 for water protection purposes. I don't, as I sit here, I don't know which of these parcels by assessor map ID number, I don't know which of them are already protected. But in that case, in the case where some of them are already protected by deed and by town meeting vote and by history, there's no need to take any action to transfer those properties to the Conservation Commission. In fact, we'd have a hurdle to be able to do that because we'd have to go through the process with the state legislature to transfer them. As far as this Article 24 goes, whether...
I think we were talking about 23, though, Council. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't quite explain it. I think Article 24 is petitioner's article. We had some discussion about Article 23, and there was some discussion amongst the members of the Select Board as to whether it was advisable to do that. There had been some discussion about holding off, some land swap possibilities for the future, and whether the board was fully supportive of Article 23 as provided in the warrant book. So.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that I can speak to any of that, though.
Okay. Well, then, Mr. Brown.
Well, I did send an email requesting if any feedback from you or town manager's office about, additional parcels that might be useful, and I wonder if there's any thoughts to share on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and I apologize. We did not have a chance to confer and get back to you, but we had just this afternoon, chatted about it just very briefly. So just to frame it for everyone and for the public so that they're clear on what we're talking about. So this is Article 23. This is the one parcel 484 Brick Hill that is a draft article to put that under the care and control of the Conservation Commission. And the question from yourself and a couple of other members, or at least one other member, was perhaps we want to, before we put this parcel into conservation and Article 97 protection, find a parcel or parcels elsewhere that are currently in Article 97 and do a swap. And the challenge is just one of timing. The concept is excellent, and it is absolutely appropriate to approach it that way. But in order for, I suggest that what the board might want to do is to spend some time to look at what are those parcels that we want to take out of Article 97 in exchange, and we simply did not have time to conduct that analysis in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, I didn't expect you to have it really all figured out, but the point is just whether or not it's a valid suggestion and if there is some benefit to that approach, because
yeah, and
I don't think it's urgent that we, put this land in conservation, and if we can get a benefit out of it, get some property that's more appropriate for municipal use that might have fallen into Article 97 by, I don't know what the process would be if it's not officially declared, but I guess it can just be established somehow. So I'm not clear on how some of those restrictions came into some of the parcels we were considering for the police station, and that's what brought this to mind, I think, for some people.
Okay, and so, again, it's just, I think we heard some different views from different board members at the last meeting. Some members, I think, if I recall correctly, Member Goldstone was arguing that we should not delay, and we should put this parcel into protection.
That is my position as well.
I agree.
And then others were saying, let's look at a swap. And both are valid perspectives. It's really a policy question for the board.
I will jump in and say Article 23 as written is good to go. It is important. I don't think we should delay. I was of the mind with Mr. Brown of thinking about offsets for Article 97. I think there's too many questions involved, and I think we need to make sure that by way of vote, we are protecting as much land within the confines of those roads around Long Pond as possible once and for all. I think Article 97 on some of the parcels has been called into question by the research being done. I think there might be some inaccuracies in the data anecdotally for how we've been evaluating different parcels, and we're trying to do the research now, and 300 committee is going to give it to us. I think any changes would be confusing to town meeting. So therefore, for me, I think the best effort is to put this land away with an eye towards, as we identify Article 97, in the spirit of Article 97, we're going to have to find new parcels. It's not the easy way out. So I've kind of flip-flopped on that one a little bit, just because I think we need to get all of this land protected and put our stamp on it, so that there is no question that we're not going to be building on Long Pond between the confines of 28, Brick Kiln, Gifford, and Goodwill. So I'm in favor of 23 as written and 24.
I'm not opposed to...
we don't have anything to say about 24,
Yeah.
really.
I'm not opposed to putting the land into conservation, but I'd just rather see us get some value out of it.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I'm obviously not running for re-election, so I would like to do it while I'm on the board, selfishly. In the interest of transparency.
So, just for the record, I'm support Article 23 as written, so that the town meeting can have these discussions as to whether or not it actually wants to do that. I personally have some reservations with respect to such long-term decisions that aren't being completely thought of. But with respect to at this point, with respect to Article 23, I'm in support of it as printed. Okay.
I'd be in support of it a future town meeting.
So do you not support Article 23 at this time?
No, I don't for that reason, because I think we're missing an opportunity here. I think a good point was brought to our attention, and if we don't take advantage of it, I think it's a mistake.
Well, I think, as I said, I think town meeting can have that discussion at town meeting.
We're on time.
So, with respect to Article 23, the consensus is as printed. I agree. Mr. Brown disagrees. So, okay. All right. Is that enough for you to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Let's see. We are just a few minutes behind, and we are going to discuss and consider a vote to approve a request for the waiver of building permit fees for the new YMCA facility in the amount of approximately $169,654. Mr. Renshaw, would you mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just give a brief overview and then turn it over for discussion. As you all recall, our January 29th meeting, Mrs. Stacy Pugh from the Cape Cod YMCA was present to talk about the importance of this waiver, the request. I asked staff to prepare some additional information. It's included in your packet with regards to the project. The request that was filed was actually an amended request. There was an initial request for full waiver of not only the building inspection fees, but also the sub-trade fees. This second request, which was made on January 16th, a subsequent request, I should say, just specifically requested that the building permit fees be waived. It's our understanding, it's the intent of the Cape Cod YMCA to come back at a later time and request waiver of those sub-trades. Just wanted the board to be aware of that. My recommendation, again, I don't think anybody is disputing the importance, the significance, the public benefit of this project. It's a fantastic project. There's a significant amount of work involved in these inspections. So my recommendation, Mr. Chair and the board, it's included in your packet, is for the board to consider waiving the building inspection fees in total of $169,654 with the condition that any further fees, the sub-trades, would not be considered for a waiver, and that'd be my recommendation.
Okay, but for this application, we're really focused on this particular waiver application for the fees in the amount of $169,654. Anything that might come back to us in the future, we would decide and discuss.
Just wanted to be transparent.
At that point.
Just wanted to be transparent.
I appreciate that, Mr. Renshaw. So, Ms. Pugh, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be back here this evening, and took it to heart to really think more about this. I think Mr. Brown wanted me to think about this a little bit more and come back with some thoughts. So I did prepare some remarks, but Mr. Renshaw, I appreciate your recommendation. I think it's fantastic. We are here to ask for your continued consideration of waiving the YMCA's building permit fees. And the request is not about avoiding a cost. It's about making an investment together in the long-term strength, safety, and well-being of this community. For nearly 15 years, the YMCA has been working toward building a permanent home here. But the truth is, the community has wanted and needed a YMCA for much longer than that. Over the years, we listened carefully to families, educators, healthcare providers, public safety professionals, and town leaders. And one message came through loud and clear. This community needs a place that builds kids up, keeps people healthy, and strengthens the social fabric that holds us all together. That is one of the important roles the YMCA seeks to play alongside the town. The YMCA is more than a building. It is a beacon of hope. It represents what is good, and possible in a community when people come together in service to one another. Everything we do is rooted in our 3 core areas of focus: youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility. Let me share what that looks like through the journey of just one child. It starts when a child learns to swim at the YMCA. On Cape Cod, that is not a luxury. It is a life-saving skill. That child gains confidence in the water, safety skills they will carry for life, and a sense of belonging. That same child may go on to join the future Clippers swim team, developing discipline, teamwork, and resilience. Later, they may become a certified lifeguard, providing a critical service not only at the YMCA, but at the town's beaches, ponds, and waterfronts. Eventually, they may become a swim instructor, becoming a leader, and teaching the next generation how to be safe in and around the water. That is the YMCA's cycle of impact. One person, one opportunity, a lifetime of giving back. And that story doesn't stop with aquatics. It extends to after-school programs, summer camps, teen leadership, chronic disease prevention, mental wellness, workforce development, and community partnerships that reduce strain on public systems. The YMCA becomes part of the village that it takes to raise a child, who then becomes a thriving, engaged citizen in their community. When we ask you to consider waiving these permit fees, we are asking you to invest in that journey, to help ensure that every dollar possible goes toward delivering life-changing experiences, not just today, but for decades to come. The town's support sends a powerful message that you believe in prevention, not just response, in opportunity, not just infrastructure, in people, not just projects. This YMCA will stand as a shared asset, supporting families, strengthening public safety, promoting health, and contributing to the vitality of this town long after construction is complete. We respectfully ask that this request is seen not as a waiver, but as a partnership, a shared commitment to the future of this community and the generations who will grow up here. Thank you for your leadership, your consideration, and for everything you do on behalf of the town. We look forward to continuing to serve alongside you.
Thank you. From my perspective, I fully support the waiver in the amount of $169,654. But to get there took me some time, and I certainly appreciated the discussion that we had at our last meeting, and in particular some of the comments from your project manager with respect to third-party inspections, and also from town staff with respect to the fact that the revenue was not something that we were anticipating necessarily, which would affect our our bottom line and our budget. I have supported this project from the very beginning. I continue to support it. And we got a ton of correspondence, emails, I think only one that was not in favor of it, and fully supported from the community. But I will say that some of the comments that came to the select board, I was saddened by the implication that because we were asking questions in our fiduciary responsibility to the town and gathering this information, that somehow was in any way not supportive of the volunteers and the donors and all of the many people who have supported this project. All this board was doing was, as I say, exercising its responsibility to see where we were, get some answers to your questions. So as far as I'm concerned, I fully support the waiver and what you're doing there. So.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, after that, how can we say no?
Yeah, I just want to echo the chair's comment. I mean, from the jump, I said I supported it, still do. But this did remind me of when I got on my high horse about the East Falmouth library project and the police station project, of just asking questions does not mean we're not supporting something, and I felt that people were frankly rude. So if you can, to the extent you can rein folks in, we support this project, obviously. But with that, I am prepared to make the motion to waive the full amount of $169,654. Do I need to be more specific, or is that okay?
No.
That's good.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Sorry you had to come back twice.
Okay, well, a slightly less amount of a waiver, I think. We are being asked to consider a request from the Falmouth Classic Car Club for a waiver of the special event permit fee for its classic car shows on June 14, July 12, August 8, and September 13th, 2026. Mr. Renshaw?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Is the applicant here from Falmouth Classic Car Show? I don't.
No.
I just wanted to mention to the board, you haven't included in your packet a formula.
I apologize. I'm just going to go back to the YMCA. And I neglected, Dr. Goldstone is traveling, and she had specifically asked that I read into the record a statement. And, in the rush to get it through, I neglected to do that. So I want to just say this from Heather Goldstone. I support the requested fee waiver. The Y is a project of unique scope, scale, and benefit to Falmouth residents of all ages, incomes, and abilities. It deserves the town's support, and this waiver would not cause undue financial burden for the town. The revenue from the Y's building fees has not been budgeted. It would be one-time windfall revenue. As such, it would do little to alleviate the anticipated operating budget challenges in coming years. And as it happens, we have experienced unexpected new growth revenue over the past year and have the ability to cover most of the foregone revenue of the Y's building fees if that was felt to be necessary. So again, I apologize that I did not have that read in at the time, but I wanted to make that correction. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
My name is Hank DiGiorgio. We're seeking a waiver for the special permit for the 4 car shows that we have scheduled for 2026. Typically, we run 4 shows per year. We donate all of our proceeds from those shows. We don't charge admission, but we do a 50-50 raffle. We get donations. In the past, we've donated to Upper Cape Realty, Tommy's Place, Veterans Administration, and the Service Center. Falmouth Service Center. So we figured if we could save on the waiver, we'd have more money to donate to those.
How much are we talking about?
$800. That's just, we pay $200 each time we use
But how much are you getting, I guess? Or
how much do we pull
donating,
in? Over the 4
average?
shows, probably close to $2,000 with 50-50 raffles and donations.
Okay.
And then we have member fees as well. So the only expenses we typically have during the year is the $200 we spend per show for the Marine Park. We clean the place before we start the show. We clean it afterwards. Basically, the town provides trash barrels, and that's pretty much it. So.
Thank you.
And that's it. So, and the library, we've donated to the library in the past.
Just want to, thank you, sir.
And I know, excuse me, the reason why we asked for the waiver is we had heard that there are times when the town does waiver that fee. So that's why we asked.
This is the first time that the request has been made, is my understanding? The first time the
It's the first time we've made it, yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chair and Select Board, in your packet is a formula that the front office, Select Board office uses to calculate. The option the board has is to, by policy, you can waive a portion of that fee, and that would amount to charging the applicant $500 versus the $800, or waive the entire $800 fee. Those are 2 options, or some other variation.
Yeah.
Anyone have any particular feelings with respect to this?
I'm cool with the full $800, but I do think we should be careful with obviously 2 very different amounts of money, but we do have policies in places for reasons, and I think we should be careful with how much it's different things are different, and we waive different things. $800 for what's a great show, is I'm totally cool with, but just we should be careful.
I'm going to ask, actually, whichever way we go and whatever waiver we come down, I'm going to ask that you supply a report to the select board with respect to the amount generated and donations that you make from those accounts, so that we have that information, and if you come back before us next year, we'll have some data to work from. Okay. All right, so Mr. Richardson has made a motion to waive $800.
I second that, and also note financial considerations of the future. Someday we are going to look at ourselves and say, boy, I think I'm going to paraphrase Mr. Brown here. Remember when we used to waive these all the time? I think we are in a period where we are wavering, and it's going to be shut off very soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Paraphrase correctly.
I think
Yeah. I will say it's probably difficult to paraphrase Mr. Brown, to be honest. It's almost an honor to be able to, actually. Oh.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Richardson.
We didn't vote.
We didn't, no, okay, so let's take a vote. There was a motion and a second.
He's got the second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, and we are actually ahead of schedule here. And that is to discuss future select board action on immigration enforcement, such as community forums and revision of the June 30th, 2025 position statement. We have all, I think, received certain correspondence, and I will not be late this time, but Vice Chair Goldstone wanted me to read an item into the record, and she would like to reflect this, that this past summer, this board unanimously adopted a position statement reaffirming our town's commitment to public safety and the rights of all residents, and calling on federal immigration enforcement officers to adhere to the same legal and ethical standards as our local police. At that time, we knew and discussed the fact that state and local governments have extremely limited ability to set the rules of engagement for federal officers. Only the federal government can do that. Congress is considering this matter this week with a deadline of February 13th to enact funding for the Department of Homeland Security or face another partial government shutdown. This is an opportunity for this board to make known to our federal elected representatives the needs of our town for immigration enforcement that respects the civil and constitutional rights of our residents and provides for public safety. Advocating to state and federal officials on behalf of our town's needs is not radical or partisan. It is our responsibility and our role within our system of government. I strongly request that we send a letter to our congressional delegation this week, urging them to insist on a uniform code of conduct for ICC and CBP, specifically addressing officer identification, judicial warrants, use of force, adequate training, and accountability measures. So, I'm not sure how this board could address such a letter or have it approved and signed by the February 13th deadline that Dr. Goldstone seems to think is a deadline for comments. And that is only one of the potential future items that this board is, to discuss. So I open it for discussion amongst the board.
Mr. Chair, so I would like to, and we obviously can discuss this. I do agree with the Vice Chair's deadline because Friday, February 13th is when DHS runs out of funding, and I think it is important that this board sends our thoughts to our federal partners ahead of that shutdown, because Congress will have to vote on what to do with the government funding because of that. You know, whatever that is, vehicle, whether it's a one agenda item or something like that. But I think this is important. I think, you know, this room was filled well beyond capacity, and it shows that this is what the people want. And I personally still, you know, I respect our congressman, but I still haven't received an explanation for his vote to praise ICE in June. Quote, praise ICE for protecting the homeland. And I would like an explanation from Congressman Keating on if that is still his position. And if we could just write a letter to him requesting an explanation for that vote, would be my stance.
You know, I think each one of us has the ability to write to Congress as individuals, and frankly, I intend to write a letter myself with respect to some of the suggestions that Dr. Goldstone has laid out and has been, you know, sent in numerous emails that we have received. You know, my issue is frankly with respect to the process, where we are, and how we can actually be able to agree as a board as to the context of the letter. You know, we certainly don't have a letter in front of us this evening, so I struggle with how we as a select board could actually make that happen. But I feel that we, whoever wants to, certainly has the ability to write as a private citizen, you know, with respect to you know, to some of the items that we all know, the certain provisions that are being recommended with respect to the DHS funding bill and so forth. So I really struggle mostly with the process.
Timeline, yeah. Totally understand that. The only way I think it's a slippery slope is, you know, acting as individuals that are still elected officials. I think, you know, we have ran into this problem before where, you know, I may be writing as a private citizen, but I'm still a member of this board. And I think that if we could have a letter that is unified, specifically just tied to the funding, and I can deal with my problem that I have with the congressman on my own, but requesting that Congress do not fund or work with on that is separate from anything else, I think is important. I think that's what the community showed concern for when they were here.
You know, and showed concern with the many emails that we got, and I, you know, certainly feel very strongly about many of the suggestions that have been made. Again, my problem is, given our open meeting law and requirements with respect to posting and so forth, I have trouble seeing how we might be able to meet this February 13th deadline.
Well, we have our, if I could, we have our existing statement from June. We could take that out right now and take out some of the outdated language and add a couple things if we wanted to, and send that, if we wanted to.
You know, we have said all along, as you know, as soon as Mr. Richardson was able to find a copy of it, you know, at the forum in the archives, that you know, that we definitely want to update that statement. It is scary that 6 months later that statement looks like you know, absolutely nothing in comparison to what's been going on. But, you know, revising that statement, which is certainly one of the things we have committed to do, along with holding other forums and meetings, is certainly something, you know, we need to do. But I think we need to do it within the, you know, the context of reasonable discussion and agreement. And, you know, again, you know.
Oh, that's not on our warrant, on our agenda anyways, we can't do it.
We really can't, you know, do it, it's not on the agenda.
Right.
You know,
Oh, no, I understand. I know this item is for discussing future items.
Yeah.
So one, I agree with Mr. Brown. I think that, you know, if you have to do it next meeting while I'm not here, that's okay. But within the next 2 meetings, that we do revise our statement and our policy.
And you know, and if this board feels that a letter to our elected officials is something that it wants to to address. It's certainly something we can take up and deal with a proper draft that the entire board takes a look at, approves, and agrees to send. So, it's just an unfortunate timing situation with respect to, this deadline. We had discussed at our agenda meeting this past week that there really was nothing that we were able to do. And then, we started getting these many correspondence from our concerned citizens, with whom, again, on a personal level, I tend to agree with. So it's really just a process as far as I can see.
I understand. Then I guess I would request that letter be on our next agenda item, which I know is not meeting the February 13th deadline. We'll see if the government's still shut down on that.
I ask you, Mr. Richardson, maybe along with Dr. Goldstone, to consider working on a draft of such a letter.
Absolutely, because I think it is important.
Okay.
But I do understand, and I think it is a fault of the way that this just form of government happens to work, that timelines are strict and not fluid. But that's what it is.
Okay. I apologize. We were a little ahead of schedule, and we have been discussing, the suggestion that the select board issue a letter with respect to funding. I read Dr. Goldstone's statement, and the problem that we have is that this deadline of February 13th, which we have absolutely no control over, and whether it's a hard and fast deadline or not, remains to be seen. If not, it runs into a partial government shutdown. I've heard people say, good, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. The issue with respect to the correspondence that we've received is that this matter is not on our agenda, so it's not really something that we can vote send a letter from the select board. It's just really a timing thing more than the fact that anyone doesn't have their own feelings with respect to it. Mr. Richardson has suggested that he would help draft a letter for our next agenda for the board to review and vote upon at that time. But it's just, it's going to be very difficult. It's impossible because of open meeting laws and requirements. So, certainly happy to hear, any comments that any of you have. I know, it's something that, we're all pretty passionate about, but as far as being able to do anything this evening, I don't think we're going to be able to do it. So, but we will
I
address
guess
it.
my only point of clarification is that it is, you can't tell me what to do as a private citizen, but as a matter of practice, it is fine for one member of the board to send a letter to.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I just want to be careful.
In my own mind, I'm thinking that such a letter would say, I am a member of, but I am clearly writing as a concerned
I just don't want any
citizen.
surprises.
Yeah. So, I think that's an appropriate way that I would be looking at doing something.
You don't want to not mention it because then you're inferring something.
Yeah.
So it's good to make it clear.
That's all.
Mr. Newman, anyone want to say something? As I say, it's so rare that we're ahead of schedule. I do apologize. But
I think it won't surprise anybody to know that Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition and Indivisible Falmouth both feel very strongly that the select board should say something. I can't fight the calendar, but I would certainly ask that the town, as a town, express firmly to the congressional delegation that they support the actions. As far as I can tell, our congressional delegation has been doing a good job in this direction, but that the town express support for minimizing funding to ICE and other immigration authorities and trying to bring them to heel in terms of following basic guidelines that other law enforcement takes, and just common decency. So, and I think we are living in a bit of a bubble in that there's been very little happening in Falmouth recently, but that could very easily change very quickly. And I think we just all need to be fearful, frankly, that we could be looking like Minneapolis right now.
Okay. Did you just want to identify yourself for the record, Mr.
Sorry,
Newman?
yes. Jim Newman, and I am speaking for both Falmouth Immigrant Rights Coalition and Indivisible Falmouth.
Thank you.
And myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Any further discussion? Thinking about planning for future forums, is that something that we feel is important as well? I know there is a planning group of which Mr. Renshaw is part of, as is Vice Chair Goldstone and others.
I think they did such a good job last time that I would just leave them to their devices.
Okay.
I guess the only thing I'll say is just being clear of a bigger room, and then, which is a great problem we had, and then maybe perhaps one that is more resources oriented. I think this one was a great way to kick it off, but maybe one that's more, a larger space. Maybe it's like a gym or something that's just about sharing resources more.
Yep. So, Mr. Chair and Select Board Member Richardson, one of the opportunities I think we have, and I think some of the folks in the audience may have participated recently, one of our churches put on some active bystander training. And I think that was one of them. We all heard from Lieutenant Hertz back on January 22nd here in this room of, the value of that training. So I think that may have been an opportunity, kind of a focused, and I love the gymnasium venue for that type of training. Again, just give folks some I think, rather unique skill sets in terms of de-escalation and addressing some of these things that are happening on our streets. So I think that'd be something that I'd like to speak with the planning committee about.
Right. And just one more thing then, to add, I just want to give a shout out to Lieutenant Hertz. There's a great article in the Enterprise today about all he's done, and he's really a tremendous resource to the town.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We will then move on to the town manager's supplemental report.
Just have a real quick update.
Did anyone else want to speak there with respect to that item, or? Just give you an opportunity to speak. It's late at night.
Hi, I'm Deborah Cattler. I didn't prepare a statement, so I realized that it might be risky to try to do
But
this
we
off
did
the top
get
of
your
my head.
email.
Okay, great.
And read it.
So in addition to, talking about forums and trainings, I'm also encouraging the select board to consider concrete policies that the town can put in place, in addition to what the federal government's trying to do, what the state government's trying to do, but many local municipalities in the Commonwealth are addressing this issue, and their select boards are coming up with concrete policies to put in place in the town, and I would like to see us be working on that moving forward.
Can you just add that as the next
For
item?
my 2 cents, I think that's what this select board should be focusing on, more than, not that they're any less important, but I think focusing on some real concrete steps that some other communities are taking, are really within the jurisdiction of this select board, what our responsibility is to the residents. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now we will turn over to Mr. Renshaw's supplemental report.
Just a quick programming update. I think I mentioned this in a previous meeting, but staff and I have been working on an employee recognition program. We actually launched it last week. Employee of the quarter, and then ultimately employee of the year. It's going to involve, the first quarter ends next month, right? So in April, a review committee, which Peter has helped me form, of peers, colleagues, coworkers, is going to review applications. We already have, I think, 4 or 5 applications that were nominations, I should say. So I'm really excited about creating the program. I think it's going to be a great way to recognize, as I mentioned to the staff, Everyone does a tremendous amount of work here, but a lot of that goes unnoticed at times. So I think a program like this, where you're nominated by your peers, by your coworkers, who see you doing those things day in and day out, is going to have a tremendous amount of value for the town.
Good.
And I just want to commend you, Mr. Renshaw. You've been talking about this for a while. It's something that it's just a terrific idea, and probably too late, too long for us not to have done it before. So thank you for taking the lead on that. Are there any select board reports? No? All right. So
I could report that I attended the municipal planning organization, the regional transportation group, and the only two things that Falmouth has on the tip are the Route 28 improvement, and that is years and years away. And then, what's the other thing? Oh, the one in North Falmouth got taken off. That was going to be that idea about putting a rotary at the corner of 151. But we really should talk about what we want to see. I like the nice new path that Mashpee has built along Route 151. It gets to the town line and stops in a dead end. It'd be nice if we had our own project there to keep that going, because that could be a nice shared use path that gets all the way to the bikeway. So we should have an agenda item for that.
Yeah, certainly we can add that. I think I had seen that Falmouth was awarded some funds with respect to the MPR.
Well, no, it's just that we're on the tip for the Route 28, but it's years out, and it's not even clear that it's going to be implemented. And like on the Route 151 intersection, a dangerous intersection, DPW is doing that in-house, so that doesn't go on the tip. And I guess the DPW sometimes has to weigh the application to the tip, because then you have to go to state standards, and they might have other ideas for how they want their roadway to look, not up to all the stuff that the state would mandate if you're in that tip.
Only thing I have, I didn't want to put this in announcements because it wasn't finalized yet, but just for you guys as heads up, Senator Fernandez is planning to do the next bridge forum here in Falmouth on Monday, March 2nd. So I'll give the official word on that as soon as I do, but just wanted to put that on your calendars.
What was it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
It's going to likely be Monday, March 2nd. Just got to confirm with some folks at MassDOT at FHS. So just to hear updates on the Cape Cod Bridge project.
So on the bridge project?
On the bridge project, yep. Louisa Polonsky, the head of Mega Projects, and her team. This will be our 4th forum and our first in Falmouth.
Okay.
So just, I will get confirmation hopefully by tomorrow on
Okay,
that
Mr.
date.
Reed, select board report?
No, I just have a future agenda item.
Okay. Go ahead.
2 requests, actually. I understand that there's a community service campus master plan happening soon. I was wondering if we can get an update on that before it gets too far along, mainly because I want to take a look at membership, scope and objectives, but also how it relates to other parcels of land, because I think in maybe a separate agenda item or similar, maybe it's 2 put together, is the need for a larger Falmouth facility owned property campus master plan, of which this is part of, with the school administration building, with Morse Pond, with the community service campuses, with the police station, with the fire station. These are all parcels that I think we should be talking about in an interrelated manner and not isolated. And I'd hate for us to get so far down in this campus that we're not actually thinking about it in relation to others. So there's that one. The second one that I'm requesting is, I'm going to put it on the record, and I don't know if it's possible or if I have support from my other members here, but perhaps adding 1 meeting per month for financial and strategic planning sessions, whereby we can start by creating a dashboard of our financial metrics so we're all on the same page. Second step would be to look at a FY28 plan to meet a balanced budget, and then really look at the 5-year stabilization plan. Ideally, I'd like it to do within our own meetings, but I don't think that's possible given just the sheer amount of pressure town management is on under current circumstances, but with agenda needs and whatnot. But I think it's going to behoove us to really have these sessions slated so we can start really planning per comments before. I know it's additional burden. I believe that the select board met many times, or met weekly before my time here. So anyways, I just want to have those kind of discussions on a future agenda. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate you coming around to what I had suggested some time ago, Mr. Reed, which was that we do have an additional meeting or two every month. I agree with you. Certainly financial would be a big part of it, but I think, but it would be a meeting that would be targeted with respect to agenda items, financial certainly being one of them, but to give the board the opportunity to spend some time, hear from the public, with respect to some of these rather larger or bigger problems that we're facing over the years. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Just a late bloomer.
Yeah.
I'd like to request a thing that, with these future agenda items, can we put them in some kind of an order where we might anticipate to see them? Because they kind of jump around.
Yeah, I think
Leaves me wondering when we're ever going to get to it.
I think it's been a valid objection that all we do is list them and never give any indication as to when we might actually discuss them.
Well, Mr. Chair, we have worked off several items on the list. If you,
I think we've got to go through
it.
Yeah, I think we've got to go through it. Certainly, we had a discussion in Joint Base Cape Cod tonight. But if you'd add the items that Mr. Brown and Mr. Reed mentioned, and also that Mr. Richardson mentioned earlier about the cultural district. You want to repeat that, Mr. Richardson?
I mean, I kind of copied that from you, but was I kind of quoting when you talked about different culture and entertainment districts in the past?
Yeah, I think that came up in quite some time ago. That was an early meeting, but just looking at a cultural overlay district, what that means, what that doesn't mean, but just to help the places where it makes sense. Anyways, for further discussion, you paraphrased.
Well, the Cultural Council has already talked about it, and pretty much.
And we're standing by for some direction from the state, Mass Culture, Mass Cultural, with some program revisions. Alice Kachemba and I have been working on that.
Okay.
The cultural district designation.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Early birds.
Ron's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.